The proceeding will start shortly. 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 The proceeding will start shortly.
Order, order. The clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill set down for consideration.
Southgate Cemetery Bill, Lords, third reading.
Third reading what day?
Tuesday, the 25th of April.
Tuesday, the 25th of April. Order. Questions to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Derek Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number one, please, Mr. Speaker.
The Government is protecting the core schools budget in real terms, reaching almost £41 billion this year. The Department for Education has also consulted on a national funding formula to address the current postcode lottery in schools funding. The consultation lasted 14 weeks and received over 25,000 responses. The government is considering these carefully and will publish a response in the summer. For the St Ives constituency, the proposals would mean an increase to schools funding of 0.4%.
Derek Thomas.
The majority of schools in my constituency are rated good or outstanding, and this is due to the hard work and determination of teaching staff and their heads. However, government funding for school has not kept up with increases in costs, which, according to the House of Commons Library, increased by 3.4% in 2016-17, will increase by 8.7% by 2020. What message can I take back to my schools who tell me that they cannot maintain these standards if school funding does not keep up with these increased costs?
Well, the government does recognise that schools, like other organisations, do face additional costs, such as salary increases. That is why the Department for Education is supporting schools to become more efficient, including over £1 billion worth of savings from better procurement by 2019-20. It's also worth pointing out that by protecting the total schools budget in real terms, as pupil numbers increase, so will the amount of money in our schools.
Helen Goodman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If the government's protecting the budget, why is the average cut in my constituency 8%, rising in some of the village schools to 22% in Butterknoll?
Well, the reality is, as I said, that the total core schools budget is increasing. It can only increase if we have a strong economy that can pay for it. And it is also right that we have a fairer funding formula to ensure that that money is distributed fairly.
Matt Warman.
Number 2, Mr Speaker.
Chancellor of the Exchequer, Chancellor Philip Hammond.
Mr Speaker, the government is taking action to give the UK the world-beating digital infrastructure that it needs. Broadband across the country has been transformed by the government-led £1.7 billion superfast programme, extending coverage at 24 megabits per second plus to 95% of UK premises by the end of this year. And at Autumn Statement 2016, we committed over £1 billion more to support the market deliver full fibre broadband networks, to enable 5G mobile and to keep Britain at the forefront of development of the Internet of Things.
Matt Warman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The reduction in business rates on new fibre rollout is hugely welcome. Can the Chancellor assure me, however, that we will make sure that it incentivises the rollout of more fibre in such a way that it is, there is no tax paid until that fibre is first used rather than when it is first installed?
Well, Mr Speaker, the government's clear intention is to incentivise investment in fibre broadband networks, and DCLG will shortly publish a consultation on the implementation of this relief, which will set out more detail on how new fibre will be defined, and we look forward to responses to that consultation.
Mr Barry Sherman.
Mr Speaker, why doesn't the Chancellor shake some of his colleagues up and start investing in the digital infrastructure in the north of England, Yorkshire in particular, but also will he look at the other infrastructure, like railways? When are we going to get the electrification of the Great Northern Pennine away?
Well, Mr Speaker, at Autumn Statement we announced £23 billion of additional investment in our infrastructure and key priority areas like research and development, specifically designed to address the UK's productivity problem. And this investment has to be spread across the whole of the UK economy to make sure that we deliver improved productivity and improved economic growth across the economy as a whole. So that investment is going in. Public capital investment will be at a higher level in this Parliament as an announcement of this decision than it was before the financial crisis.
Savvy Wilson.
Whilst the government boasts about the speed of broadband and fibre broadband across the United Kingdom, there are many parts, especially parts in my constituency, where sending mail by pigeon would nearly be quicker than sending it through the fibre network. Can he tell us what action he intends to take to ensure that rural areas where farmers, small businesses and others who rely on digital means of communication will find that they will have a greater ability to deliver messages?
Speaker, I can't speculate on how fast the pigeons are in the honourable gentleman's constituency, but I can tell him that as a matter of right, all consumers now have a right to 10 megabits broadband. 95% of properties by the end of this year will have access to 24 megabits broadband, and the government is investing more money to reach the last 5%, the hard to reach, which often are in the rural areas.
Stuart Hosey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Scotland, the original plan was, as the UK, 95% coverage by this year. Then additional funding for rural areas, money for Wi-Fi in public buildings, and now a target of 100% property coverage of superfast broadband by 2021. Given this should be a common endeavour, I can ask the Chancellor to welcome the steps taken in Scotland to deliver that performance so far and the targets set.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've got a UK-wide target. Of course, we welcome any actions taken on top of that to achieve yet higher levels of broadband penetration. This is a very positive move for the economies of the regions and nations that they affect.
Stuart Hosey.
For that, but of course, it's not simply the provision of the infrastructure, it's also paying for the digital usage as well. So can I ask the Chancellor to give a guarantee to the House that when the UK Government enters the Brexit negotiations, there will be no return to the super expensive roaming digital phone charges for UK citizens working and living in the EU and EU citizens living and working in the UK?
Well, I hear the honourable gentleman's concern, and I'm absolutely sure that the vast majority of our constituents would agree with his suggestion that we should seek to maintain cost-effective access for UK phone users whenever they are roaming within the EU. I think that is that will be an issue for this Parliament post-Brexit, unless we choose, in the course of the exit negotiations, to reach a reciprocal agreement with the European Union.
Helen Hayes.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
The Government is protecting the total core schools budget in real terms, only possible through careful management of the economy. As a result, school funding is at its highest level ever at almost £41 billion in 2017-18. Spending will increase as pupil numbers rise to £42 billion in 2019-20. We're also delivering our manifesto commitment to implement fairer schools funding. The recent national funding formula consultation includes generous transitional protections for schools which would see their funding reduce. The Government is carefully considering replies to the consultation and will respond in the summer.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2015 Conservative Manifesto promised that the amount of money following your child into school will be protected. However, the National Audit Office found that schools face a real terms cut of 8% per pupil by 2019-20, even before the cuts the new national funding formula will bring to more than 9,000 schools in England. Will the Government therefore confirm that the Tory manifesto pledge on per-pupil funding is now in tatters?
Not at all. We are protecting the total schools budget in real terms and implementing our manifesto commitment to introduce fairer funding. It is right that we do so.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly not protecting the pupil per capita funding in York, the 7th worst funded local authority currently, where children will experience £288 per child being cut off their funding. How is that protecting the formula?
Well, I would expect her to share my view that it isn't right that we fund schools on the basis of what has happened historically, that the basis should be that every pupil in England should be assessed on the same basis, and it can't be right, for example, that pupils in Hackney get 50% more than pupils in Barnsley. That doesn't seem to me to be fair, and it's right that the Government addresses it.
Rishi Sunak.
Question 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Government is supporting economic growth across the whole country as a key part of our productivity agenda by investing in infrastructure and skills and by developing our industrial strategy. At the autumn statement, I launched our Northern Powerhouse strategy and earlier this year set out our Midlands Engine strategy. We recently allocated a further £1.8 billion from the Local Growth Fund and an initial tranche of £185 million of local transport funding across the English regions.
Mr. Speaker, from Teesside, ports are a great northern success story. Will my right honourable friend look at the potential to create free ports across the UK? For these free trade zones would increase trade, create manufacturing jobs and boost regional growth, all key ingredients of our future economic prosperity.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes the case for free ports, and we've heard that case very clearly, and the government will consider all options which have the potential to support our ambition to see Britain a great global trading nation. However, we will need to consider carefully not only the advantages that free ports can deliver, but also the costs and potential risks associated with them before making any decisions.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For towns and cities in our economy, including in the north of England, to flourish, we need banks and building societies that support them. So will the Chancellor join me in saying that banks and building societies should keep their branches open in our local constituencies, including in Armley Town Street in my constituency, where Leeds Building Society is just announcing it's closing its branch following the closure of HSBC branch and Yorkshire Bank in the last 2 years?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course we want there to be a viable branch banking network across the country, but we do have to recognise that the nature of banking is changing, that more and more of us are using online digital banking, and that is bound to be reflected in the configuration of the branch networks that the banks operate.
Steve Baker.
Mr. Speaker, as the entrepreneurial heart of England, Buckinghamshire provides an excellent bridge to the East Midlands and beyond. Will my right honourable friend look at how investment in Buckinghamshire can help stimulate growth throughout the country outside the London and South East region?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you will be delighted that my honourable friend has lighted on this key role for Buckinghamshire as a bridge between the north, the south, the east, the west and every other part of the country. And I would be happy to receive, and I confidently predict that I will receive, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend's detailed submission on the case for greater infrastructure investment in Buckinghamshire.
Careful of what you wish for, sir. Mr. Stephen Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Independent analysis has found that a hard Tory Brexit could cost Scotland 80,000 jobs over 10 years and a 5% drop in GDP. Why has the UK Government failed to produce a comprehensive impact assessment of the effect on our economy of a hard Tory Brexit, or for some reason is now not the time?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is seeking, as was set out very clearly in the Article 50 notice letter, to negotiate a deep and special partnership with the European Union that will have at its heart a comprehensive free trade agreement covering goods, services and networks, allowing us to continue working very closely together with the European Union after we leave that organisation. And the government does carry out detailed analysis to inform its negotiating strategy, but I'm sure the honourable gentleman would not want me to reveal the outcome of that analysis, which would be of great use to our negotiating partners on the other side. That is not the way to get the best deal for Britain in these negotiations.
Mr. Speaker, in Corby there is a huge appetite for a new enterprise zone to help further boost jobs and growth. What consideration has my right honourable friend given to introducing a new round of opportunities?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises an important point, and I will undertake to look carefully at what is suggested. There will no doubt be an exercise taking place over the next few weeks in thinking about what commitments we want to make for the future, and I will take his question today as a representation.
Mr. Peter Dowd.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, an important driver of economic growth within or outside London and the South East is productivity. Despite the Chancellor's rosy picture, the FT's chief economist says productivity is calamitous and has regionally widened. Who do we believe, a respected economist or a backtracking Chancellor?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't recognise the picture he paints of my position. I've stood at this dispatch box on countless occasions and lamented the fact that Britain has a poor productivity record. Worse than Germany, worse than the United States, worse than France, worse than Italy. But simply lamenting that fact isn't enough. What we've got to do is put together a plan for tackling it. And it will be a long... Well, he says 7 years, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman from a sedentary position says seven years. If he checks the records, he will discover that this is a problem that's been going on for 40 years. It's a problem for 40 years. And it would be better if we tried to tackle this challenge in a spirit of bipartisan recognition that there is a real problem here that we have to tackle. And we have to tackle it by investment in infrastructure, by investment in skills, and by actions to spread growth and prosperity across the country.
Yes, 7 years. Mr. Speaker, whilst welcoming the £6 billion investment for a new 2-mile lower Thames crossing, how does such an imbalanced infrastructure spending help to close the economic gap of regions outside London and the South East, and doesn't it simply reaffirm the government's pathological incapacity to see much beyond the M25? And of course I'd be happy to buy him a sat-nav if he wants to take the opportunity to use it.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take any lectures from the honourable gentleman on regional awareness, but he maybe should speak to the Mayor of London, who has a view on infrastructure investment and what should drive it. This government is very clear that we need to spread infrastructure investment around the country in a way that will tackle the productivity challenge, and one of the ways we will tackle that is by harvesting the benefits of our city regions in the West Midlands, in the Northern Powerhouse and elsewhere in this country, which evidence across the developed world has shown can be major drivers of productivity improvement. That's what we've got to focus on.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable gentleman may be aware, the Ministry of Justice ran a consultation recently on this issue and received 853 responses in total. The government response to the consultation was published on the 17th of March and is on gov.uk, and the government has since laid the statutory instrument to implement the changes set out in that response.
Barris. The majority of responses to the consultation was against the proposals because in a civilised democracy, access to justice should not depend on being rich. Unfortunately, this government does not agree. It's intent on lessening access to justice by greatly increasing court fees. The increase in probate fees is another stealth tax, one which will affect almost half the estates in England and Wales, and it's an attempt by this government to try to hide the massive cut in inheritance tax for its rich friends. Will this dying cut-and-run government abandon its tax on access to justice?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we certainly don't recognise the characterisation of this proposed of the fee structure. These fees are actually about helping to sustain an effective justice system that supports some of the country's most vulnerable people and victims, and it's fair to ask those who can afford to do so to support it. In fact, more than half the estates in England and Wales will pay no probate fees at all.
Gareth Snell.
6, Mr. Speaker.
I can reassure the honourable gentleman that the Treasury and the Department of Exiting the European Union are working closely on this issue. As we exit the EU, we will look to negotiate the best deal possible so we can continue working together to maintain justice and security both in the UK and across Europe.
Snell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Panama Papers showed that thousands of UK-based banks, accountants, lawyers and other intermediaries had helped set up shady and opaque corporate structures to handle illicit cash flows after registering in the Crown dependencies and overseas territories. Almost a year on from the anti-corruption summit, will the Minister now commit to a public register of beneficial ownership covering Crown dependencies and overseas territories?
Well said.
If only we could do that. We don't have the ability to do that. What I can say is, though, that in March 2017, last month, we did publish the draft money laundering regulations and announced plans for a new watchdog to ensure supervisors and law enforcement work together more effectively. And since 2010, law enforcement have seized £1.4 billion in illegal funds.
Mr. Speaker, whilst the EU is to blame for many, many things, it is not to blame for money laundering. And in fact, any solution that looks to the EU to solve money laundering is missing the point that it is an international problem. So will the Minister confirm that he will be engaging internationally and not through the parochial lens of the European Union?
We are, of course, Mr. Speaker, a founding member of the Financial Action Task Force, which sets international standards of anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing. And after exiting the EU, the UK will continue to lead in FATF and around the world.
Toby Perkins.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
We'll see how lucky, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to answer this question together with question 8. The Government has undertaken a significant amount of work to assess the economic and fiscal impacts of leaving the EU and continues to carry out that work. This is part of a continuing programme of analytical work covering a range of possible exit scenarios, including sectoral analysis. But I have to say to the House, we are seeking the best possible deal for the United Kingdom, recognising that there is a range of possible outcomes to the negotiations, and the work being done reflects this. The Government has also committed to keep Parliament informed, but it would not be appropriate to publish analysis that would risk undermining our negotiating position.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the last 7 years, the needs of the British people have had to play second fiddle to the needs of the Conservative Party. And as a result of that, the Chancellor has been forced to disown the commitment of the manifesto commitment to balance the budget within this Parliament. Isn't the truth that today's announcement about a general election is another example of this government putting the party's interests ahead of the country's interests at a time when there is a desperate need for stability in this country?
On departure from the EU and the effect thereof on the public finances, the Chancellor.
Well, in terms of the effect on the public finances, Mr. Speaker, the decision that the Prime Minister has made today is a decision made very much in the national interest to strengthen her hand as she goes into the negotiation with the European Union, to provide a clear mandate for the type of exit that she has set out in the letter she wrote to President Tusk 2.5 weeks ago, and to ensure that the UK can negotiate its exit from the European Union, execute that exit, and then transition to the new arrangements with a clear run before the next general election.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After that party political broadcast on behalf of the Conservative Party, could I ask the Chancellor a very serious question? Many billions of pounds of EU structural funds are invested annually in the UK, particularly in our deprived areas and regions. Wales and Merthyr Tydfil and Rhymney have benefited significantly from this funding. Could I ask the Chancellor what steps will he be taking to replace this essential investment when we leave the European Union?
Yeah, very good.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as we've said on many previous occasions from this dispatch box, we recognise that there will have to be alternative arrangements put in place. We will no longer be making large subscriptions, payments into the European Union, but on the other side of the equation, some of the funding which we have been receiving for many years, including the structural funds, we will no longer be receiving. That places the opportunity back in the hands of this House, this Parliament, to decide how we should use our taxpayers' funding to achieve the objectives of the UK government and to achieve economic development in a way that is most appropriate for the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And does my right honourable friend look forward to getting net £10 billion a year into the Exchequer? And does he note that the claims for tens of billions of euros from our friends in Brussels merely illustrate the financial incontinence on the continent?
Well, Mr. Speaker, any Chancellor would always welcome any net tens of billions or even any net billions from pretty much any source whatsoever. And in terms of the numbers that have been bandied around in Brussels relating to the so-called exit charge, I think we should recognise these numbers for what they are, an opening gambit in what will be a long and complicated negotiation. Nothing more, nothing less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Chancellor agree that whether inside or outside the European Union, the best way of delivering strong public finances is a strong economy supported by low tax and low regulation? And is that the future we can look forward to?
Mr. Speaker, the only way of delivering strong public finances is through a strong economy with sensible and balanced regulation. We have a very large financial services sector in this country, very important contributor to our fiscal balances, and its success depends on us getting that regulatory equation exactly right. Too much regulation and we would drive away industry from London. Too little regulation and we may lose our reputation as a safe and secure place to do business. So we have to get it right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor recently said that Brussels had set out a very aggressive starting line on the UK's bill to quit the EU. Is the assessment that he has made of the worst-case scenario reported to be in the region of €60 billion? And what impact will that have on public finances?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the worst-case scenario she's talking about relates to. We've heard various figures bandied around in Brussels in terms of an exit charge. The work that the government has been doing, which I was asked about earlier on, relates to the economic and fiscal impact of different possible exit scenarios. The numbers being bandied around in Brussels are a simple question of a potential demand which would be raised in the negotiating process. But they are simply that, a negotiating strategy.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Chancellor that one of the biggest contributors to the UK's public finances is, of course, the tax revenue we receive from the financial services sector. Now we've had the triggering of Article 50 and the government's white paper. Can the Chancellor say if he is confident that this revenue will not see a significant reduction, either through the loss of jobs or the loss of any major areas of financial activity?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the negotiating strategy that we've set out and the objectives that we've set out in the Article 50 letter would create an environment in which the financial services industry in the UK would be able, by and large, to continue with the kind of levels of commercial activity that currently take place with the European Union at 27. But of course that depends on negotiating the right arrangements with the European Union, and it's essential that we go into these discussions in a constructive mode, recognising that there are real issues on both sides, but that the UK's financial services industry is an asset not only of the UK, but of the whole of the continent of Europe. European businesses depend on those financial services.
I can thank the Chancellor for that answer, and can I say I share his assessment that there is a mutually beneficial deal for us and the EU to agree on if this government has the ability to deliver it. So can I therefore ask him to state unequivocally that as a result of the deal the government will seek to negotiate, that there will be no significant loss of jobs from any major financial institution, there will be no removal of any major city-wide functions such as clearing, and there will be no relocation of any EU-wide regulatory agency such as the European Banking Authority?
On the last question, the location of European Union agencies is clearly a matter for the European Union, and we cannot credibly, at the same time, seek to leave the European Union and dictate to it where it should locate its agencies in the future. But on the initial items on his list, that will indeed be the objective of the UK government going into the negotiations to protect our financial services sector.
Speaker, since the EU referendum, the substantial sterling depreciation has seen exports increase and the balance of trade deficit reduce from £13.7 billion in Q3 to £5 billion in Q4 of last year. However, the Chancellor has repeatedly said that he is not concerned with the exchange rate. Isn't it just plain wrong to dismiss the significance of the exchange rate?
No, I've never said I'm not concerned with the exchange rate. I've said that the government doesn't take a view on what the appropriate exchange rate is. That is very much a matter for the markets to determine. But I'm sure that the honourable member will have been delighted to note that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's statement this morning, has sent sterling up in the markets, demonstrating the confidence that the markets have in a future for this country under a Tory government with a new mandate.
Susan Ellen-Jones.
9, sir.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable lady would expect, given the emphasis that we've put in this Parliament and indeed since 2010 on tackling avoidance and evasion, it's a subject regularly discussed with Cabinet colleagues. And with regard to Treasury Ministers' discussions with European counterparts, I can confirm again that this is something we discuss on a regular basis. Most recently, indeed, the Chancellor spoke at an informal ECOFIN in Valletta as part of his regular ongoing dialogue with EU colleagues.
I'm glad everybody seems to be having a nice time having conversations, but as my 2015 Conservative opponent discovered when he came up from Chelsea to fight the Clwyd South constituency, most people in our part of the world work hard and they pay their taxes. Could the Minister try again and give a proper answer as to what is being done on an international level?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the question was about what meetings had taken place. I plead guilty to answering it as asked. But the honourable lady would, if she wants detail, she can look at the many measures that have been put through since 2010 and indeed in this Parliament already. In fact, if she wants to stick around for the Finance Bill second reading, she will hear about even more things that the Government has planned to crack down on avoidance and evasion right across the spectrum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, had the tax gap continued on the trajectory left by the last Labour government, it would currently be £47 billion and the public purse would be £11 billion poorer. Instead, as a result of the policies of this government, it's at its lowest level ever of £6 billion. Would my right honourable friend agree that under some parties, talk is the best they can have on tax evasion and avoidance, and it takes a Conservative government to get something done about it?
Well, that's exactly right, Mr. Speaker. This is something that we've taken extremely seriously. The UK's tax gap is one of the lowest in the world. It's certainly one of the most transparent and best documented. Indeed, since 2010, HMRC has secured £140 billion in additional tax revenue as a result of tackling avoidance, evasion and non-compliance. And as I say, the Government is ambitious to do more.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, would you mind if I started by sending my congratulations to Brighton and Hove Albion on their promotion to the Premier League, an important part of the South East's economy. At the autumn statement, we allocated £351 million to the South East from the Local Growth Fund, and the South East will also benefit from over £21 million from the Coastal Communities Fund.
Caulfield.
I thank the Minister for his response, and I too congratulate Brighton and Hove Albion. And actually, we've just got under 6 miles of motorway in Sussex, and the Brighton and Hove Albion Stadium is on one of those junctions. Would he agree with me that we need to dual the A27 to make the South Coast more economically viable? And would he join me with meeting other Sussex MPs so we could discuss how we take this forward?
I thank her for that question. I'm fully aware of the problems on the A27 and the impact indeed on the A259 in my constituency, and I look forward to doing all I can to work with her to reach a solution.
Sir David Amis.
Question number 11, Mr. Speaker.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to group this question with question 14. We recognise the importance of infrastructure provision in all regions of the United Kingdom. That's why, at Autumn Statement 2016, we committed additional capital to fund high-value economic infrastructure through the National Productivity Investment Fund. We're committed to putting local and regional needs at the heart of this fund. For example, we're spending £1.1 billion on local projects to improve our existing transport networks. This will deliver improvements to hundreds of roads all across the country.
What further help can my right honourable friend give to infrastructure projects in Southend West, including the A127 corridor improvement works?
Well, my honourable friend is a tireless advocate for the case for Southend. Indeed, we met in November to discuss some of these issues. It's worth pointing out the Government has supported improvements to the A127 with over £35 million of local growth funding. Furthermore, local authorities will have the opportunity to bid into the £490 million local transport pot as part of the National Productivity Investment Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the investment in the electrification of the rail line between Manchester and Preston. But what more can the Chancellor do to ensure that we have the vital road links, such as the West Horton bypass?
Well, the government is investing over £13 billion on transport projects in the north and supporting local road schemes such as the Manchester Airport Relief Road and the Heysham M6 Link Road. The government is also looking at options from the Highways England North West Quadrant, which should ease congestion in places such as West Horton.
Stephen Hepburn.
This government can't even begin to pretend that they're interested in boosting infrastructure outside of London and the South East. We only need to look at transport spending to prove this. Where in London, transport spending is £1,000 per head. In the North East, it's not even £300. Doesn't this show the government's record and its priorities?
Well, as I said a moment or so ago, we are investing over £13 billion on transport projects in the north. HS2 will benefit the north of England, and we make no apologies for wanting also to ensure that we invest in Crossrail to deliver, yes, for London, but for the whole of the United Kingdom economy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Before the last general election, Conservative ministers were committed to the electrification of the Leeds-Harrogate-York line, where commuters still have to suffer pacer trains. Are we going to do any better after the next general election, and will we finally see electrification of this line?
Well, as I say, because we are investing in our infrastructure, we already had significant plans on infrastructure, but before the autumn statement, which involved further investment, that does give us scope to improve our transport infrastructure. It's worth pointing out that aggregate investment in economic infrastructure will rise by almost 60% between 2016-17 and 2020-21.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As a Huddersfield Town fan, can I also congratulate Brighton and Hove Albion on being promoted to the Premiership? And once we triumph at Wembley in the playoff final, we look forward to meeting you in the Premiership next season. With regards to infrastructure spending, Mr Speaker, as the new trains to replace the Pacers come forward, HS3 is developed and we've got the smart motorways, can we make sure that interconnectivity between the northern towns is also developed, not just the great cities of the north?
I think my honourable friend makes a really important point about the interconnection between those northern towns, and it is worth pointing out that we are putting local and regional needs at the heart of the National Productivity Investment Fund. That's why we're spending £1.1 billion on local projects to improve our existing transport networks.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In the same vein, I congratulate his local team on their success, and I hope he will join me in congratulating Livingston FC, who have also gained promotion. On the matter of infrastructure spending in Crossrail, it is no doubt an engineering feat, but it cost nearly more than a third of Scotland's national budget. When will we see more devolution of infrastructure funding, perhaps to fix some of the problems of his colleagues?
Well, it is the case that Scotland does benefit from the Barnett consequentials of investment in things such as HS2. HS2 does provide, however, a step change in rail connectivity across the East Coast corridor, which will bring significant benefits to the UK economy as a whole, but we can only afford to spend money on infrastructure if we've got a stable and strong economy to deliver it.
Number 12, Mr Speaker.
Well, the government has carefully considered the evidence for applying a 5% reduced rate of VAT on accommodation visitor attractions, and this is something I know has come up a number of times in this House, but we do believe that on balance the costs of doing so outweigh the benefits. I mean, we keep all these things under review, but there are no plans for reductions in the rate of VAT on tourism activity.
Sir Alistair Carmichael.
It's a disappointing answer, Mr Speaker. The campaign for a reduced rate of VAT in tourism estimates that actually a 5% rate would produce a higher tax take and could create 121,000 jobs across the country. It would be of particular benefit to many coastal and island communities which are economically fragile. Will the Minister meet the campaign to discuss this in more detail?
Well, I'm familiar with the figures that he just gave the House, Mr Speaker, and Treasury officials have met some of those campaigning over a number of years to look at these figures, and we'll always look at evidence, but we do disagree with the campaign's economic assessment. The Treasury's assessment, together with HMRC's, is that such a cut would cost around £10 billion per year, approximately £7 billion for restaurants and bars, about £3 billion for leisure and accommodation.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Could the Minister say what further steps are being taken to support the tourist industry, especially in places like Cornwall, where it is so important to our local economy?
Well, absolutely, Mr Speaker. I mean, there are a whole ways in which we would look to support the tourism sector, and indeed the sector is doing very well. We have seen great increases in the number of tourists, and I know that he's a great advocate for his region, but it is one of the highest performing sectors in the economy. For example, the UK has one of the highest VAT registration thresholds in the EU, which helps many small businesses, in fact the highest, providing goods and services to tourists who don't charge VAT at all.
Tourism in South Down as well. Ms Margaret Ritchie.
Mr Speaker, in particular reference to that, does the Minister recognise the additional disadvantage the tourism industry in Northern Ireland faces, particularly in border constituencies like my own, given that the rate of VAT on tourism in the Republic of Ireland sits at 9% and ours at 20%?
Well, Mr Speaker, we did explore those issues when I gave evidence to the Select Committee, the Northern Ireland Select Committee. So I know what she's alluding to. But if I give one example, the government's decision to focus on investment in infrastructure, the autumn statement last year, will result in an increase of over £250 million to the Northern Ireland Executive's capital budget, and that gives them the means to boost productivity and promote regional growth in Northern Ireland.
Number 15, Mr Speaker. In addition to the early answer to question 4, in Scotland and Wales, the government is investing almost £1.3 billion in city deals for Glasgow, Aberdeen, Inverness, Cardiff and Swansea, and is discussing further deals for Edinburgh, Stirling, Tay Cities and North Wales.
On that specific point, Mr Speaker, will the Minister guarantee that the city deals, specifically for Edinburgh and my own constituency in East Lothian, will neither be aborted nor substantially delayed by the calling of the general election?
What I can guarantee is it's about time the SNP start delivering for the people of Scotland. The level of growth in Scotland is 1/4 of that in the UK.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will be aware of the difference that will be made by the new High-Tech Centre in Digital at South Devon College in Paynton, which is being supported by the third round of growth funding. Would he agree with me that this facility makes the college an ideal place to be one of the first to offer the new T-level?
Yes, I do absolutely agree that it would be an ideal place for the first stream.
Mr Brown, Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In terms of the Ayrshire growth deal, when's the UK Government going to start considering that seriously? The SNP Government backs it and the local councils all working together. So in terms of delivery, it's the UK Government's holding that back.
This government is focused on delivering the existing deal. If they want to do something in addition, then it is within their power to do so.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 16, please.
The UK has spearheaded improvements in the transparency of beneficial ownership information. HMRC is already building a register of trust with tax consequences. It will improve transparency and assist law enforcement agencies.
Mr Sharma.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are now a year on from the Anti-Corruption Summit. Will the UK now ensure that the overseas territories and Crown dependencies also have public registers of beneficial ownership?
What I can say is that we will carefully consider the Commission's proposals for a broader register. If they go forward, the Government will consult on what this should look like after the negotiations have concluded.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Number 17.
The Government recognises the challenge that Britain's productivity performance represents and is resolved to tackle this issue. Last year, at the autumn statement, we launched the National Productivity Investment Fund, to provide £23 billion worth of additional spending focused on areas key to boosting productivity. At the budget, we went further, investing an additional £500 million in technical education to ensure businesses can access the skills they need.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the average worker spending 23% of their day on email, what assessments has the government made of increasing reliance on email stalling productivity?
Well, I think what I would say to my honourable friend is, particularly in the context of the public sector, we have an ongoing efficiency review, and where we can find areas where we can improve efficiency and ensure that everyone becomes more productive, then we will obviously look to take those opportunities.
Between productivity and recent trends in the level of employment. So if the honourable member for Northampton South wishes to come in on question 17, he's welcome so to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What assessment has the Minister made of current employment in Northampton?
Well, what I can say is that at 84.4%, the employment rate in Northampton South is the 17th highest out of all 632 constituencies across the United Kingdom. There are 3,000 more people in work in Northampton South over the past year alone, and 4,000 more than in 2010.
Bailey.
Small businesses, manufacturing.
Well done, man.
Just trying to.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government, as the Chancellor has mentioned earlier, has undertaken a significant amount of work to assess the economic impacts of leaving the EU, and it's part of our continuing programme of rigorous and extensive analytical work covering a range of scenarios, as the honourable member would expect, sector by sector.
Small businesses manufacturing car components in my constituency are hugely concerned that if post-Brexit, this country has to revert to the World Trade Organization agreements, which would mean increased tariff costs and further regulation, and could impact on the viability of the booming motor industry. What assessment has the Chancellor made of this impact?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Treasury ministers and indeed ministers right across government are speaking to businesses, individual businesses and sectors all the time to understand their concerns about these sorts of issues. But obviously we're seeking the best possible deal for the UK, and all the work being done reflects this, including understanding how we can respond to those concerns and get a great deal.
Questions, Dr. Dan Poulter.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my priority is to ensure that the economy remains stable and resilient as we conduct our negotiations with the European Union. And that means building upon this government's achievements in reducing the deficit by 2/3 and getting unemployment down to the lowest rate since the 1970s, while at the same time tackling the long-term challenges of productivity enhancement and making steady progress towards our goal of a balanced budget. And I'm pleased to be able to tell the House that in the last few minutes, the IMF has upgraded its UK growth forecast for 2017 by 0.5% to 2%.
Farms and other agricultural businesses are often deterred from making investments in new buildings and infrastructure because of a very complex system of capital allowances, including agricultural buildings relief. Will my right honourable friend look at this issue, particularly in respect of giving the agricultural sector a boost in the wake of Brexit?
Well, Mr. Speaker, agricultural land and buildings, of course, are exempt from business rates. But I know my honourable friend was talking in particular about some of the capital allowances. We are committed to a capital gains tax system that supports investment and growth right across the economy, and that's why at Budget 2016 we reduced the CGT rates from 28% to 20% and from 18% to 10% for gains on most assets. Owners of agricultural businesses benefit from the same CGT rates and reliefs as other business owners.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, this morning the Prime Minister has called the general election. She's breaking her commitment. She's breaking her commitment to not hold an early election made only weeks ago. She's blamed Brexit. She's blamed our European neighbours. She's blamed the parties on these benches. But the real truth is that after 7 wasted years of failure under the Tories, they've failed to close the deficit. They've added 7 billion to the national debt. Pay is falling behind prices. 4 million children are growing up in poverty. Our schools are in crisis. More people than ever on NHS waiting lists. More families homeless. And more elderly people not getting the care they need. Will the Chancellor use this last opportunity before the election to apologise to the British people for the utter failure of this government's economic policies and for the pain he's inflicted on this country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman's got some brass neck to stand there and accuse us of having failed to eliminate the deficit when his policy is to add another £500 billion to it overnight. The British people understand very well what is going on here. A Conservative government which is maintaining growth, which has got unemployment down, record levels of employment and a steadily closing deficit, and a Labour Party which remains as fiscally incontinent as ever, and if given a chance would wreck this economy once again.
McDonnell. We have it, Mr. Speaker. Not one word of apology. No contrition whatsoever from a Chancellor who's broken his promises to the British people and still failing to deliver on a manifesto elected on only 23 months ago. They're entering this election having scheduled £70 billion worth of tax giveaways for whom? For the super rich and for the corporations over the next 5 years. They're entering an election with a £2 billion unfunded black hole in the budget that the Chancellor delivered only a few weeks ago. So will the Chancellor now use this opportunity before the general election to put on record his party will rule out raising VAT, rule out raising income tax, and will he commit unequivocally to support legislation to protect the triple lock? If the Tories can't be straight with the British people, Mr. Speaker, Labour will be.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is, promises made from that side of the House are not worth the paper they're written on, and the voters of this country, the pensioners of this country, the workers of this country understand that very well, and they'll give their verdict on Labour's promises on June the 8th.
Can the Chancellor confirm that, assuming the House votes for an election, that he will seek to truncate the finance bill, remove the controversial measures in it, such as making tax digital, and thereby enable everybody to focus on the economic issue which matters most to the whole country over the next few months, which is which party can best be trusted to run the economy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly agree with my right honourable friend on that last point. On the matter of process, assuming that the House votes in favour of my right honourable friend the Prime Minister's motion tomorrow, there will then be the usual end of Parliament process of negotiation with the official opposition around measures that are currently before the House, with a view to passing them in whatever form is appropriate before prorogation.
Brevity, please, because I'm keen to get through as many colleagues as possible. Ian Blackford.
Mr. Speaker, given we are congratulating the football teams, I'm sure the House will want to join me and congratulate Hibernian Football Club, who have come to the top league in Scotland. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor of the Exchequer has a brass neck when he talks about stable and resilient economy. When we look at the figures for money supply, the growth in money supply, which has been trending around 6%, is mainly due to an increase in personal borrowing and credit card debt. When are we going to get the fiscal measures that will stimulate the economy, rather than relying on this boom and bust that we're seeing again?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can confidently predict to the honourable gentleman that after the general election on June the 8th, there will be a budget in order to give him the answers that he is seeking.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You may be aware that Plymouth Argyle was promoted on yesterday as well. As my right honourable friend may be aware, I am the chairman of the all-party group for South West Rail. Last November, the Peninsula Rail Task Force launched a report into the future of rail into the South West with one key recommendation, and that is for a resilient railway line through Dawlish. Will my right honourable friend confirm there's enough money in the kitty in which to be able to deliver that, but also to make sure...
Well, improved rail resilience in the South West is a priority, which is why we committed £5 million in budget 2016 and £10 million in autumn statement 2016 to support this work. The Government will continue to work with Network Rail to develop options for future investment in the South West in Network Rail's control period 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, cooperatives and worker-owned businesses tend to be more resilient and are more productive. Does the Chancellor agree, therefore, that regulation and law should not disadvantage their development?
Yep.
And will the Chancellor consider redirecting tax incentives away from company executives and towards employees looking to buy their own workplace?
Very good.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're very keen on employees having an opportunity to take a stake in the businesses that they work for, and we will look carefully at any proposals which would tend to enhance productivity through incentivising and encouraging employees.
Speaker, given the very large increase proposed for probate fees, and given that deceased peoples have their bank accounts frozen, will the Chancellor or the Chief Secretary look at allowing these fees to be paid after probate has been granted, after the estate has been wound up?
Quite right. Yes, quite right.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in most cases, the Ministry of Justice expect that banks will be able to release enough cash from the estate to pay the probate fee. And we know from HMRC that the average estate is actually 25% cash. And the Ministry of Justice is working with the British Bankers Association and others to put such arrangements in place.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we've heard an awful lot about a stronger economy and the need to improve productivity. Can the Chancellor tell me what discussions he's had with Cabinet colleagues regarding skills and education funding? It leaves some concern when children in Blackburn are about to lose £284 per head on what you call a fairer funding formula.
The honourable lady will know my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, is considering responses to the consultation on schools funding formula. At the budget, we announced a substantial increase in funding for technical education, 16 to 19 technical education, which will make an important contribution to improving the UK's productivity.
Whilst the South East is the financial powerhouse of the UK, there are nonetheless less prosperous areas like the Isle of Wight. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to ensure that the benefits of economic growth reach all corners and islands in the United Kingdom?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that my honourable friend regards the islands as particularly important, and I concur with him. The government supports continuing economic growth across the South East, including all regions and islands. The Solent Local Enterprise Partnership is receiving over £180 million from the Local Growth Fund, including funding for investment in local skills, business start-ups, with the Isle of Wight receiving about £15 million of investment in local infrastructure and skills.
The Minister given assurance that he will not surrender to the outrageous demands of Tusk, Juncker and Marionette that UK must pay £60 billion before they leave the EU.
As I've already said, Mr. Speaker, this should be seen for what it is, an opening gambit in a long and complex negotiation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Britain's coastal communities have enormous potential for sustainable economic growth in the trade, energy, fishing and tourism sectors. Much good work is being done, but I'd be grateful if my right honourable friend could give an assurance that no stone will be left unturned to ensure that coastal Britain realises its full potential.
As someone who also represents the coastal community, I'm pleased to say that coastal areas will benefit from nearly £40 million of investment through the latest round of Coastal Communities Fund, and we will do all we can to get the very best possible deal.
Can the Chancellor tell us which will be first to go in the upcoming Tory manifesto? The pledge on international aid spending, the triple lock, or a promise not to raise any new taxes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid the honourable gentleman will just have to contain himself and ready his money, and he'll be able to buy a copy in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The taxpayer has benefited from the return to private ownership of Lloyds and UK AR, but can my right honourable friend provide an update on the sale of RBS?
Mr. Speaker, we are making real progress in realising our holdings in the banking sector. We continue the programmed sale of our shareholding in Lloyds, which is now down from 43% to less than 2%. And just last month, we sold £12 billion worth of Bradford and Bingley mortgages in a highly competitive process. The government is not at present actively marketing its stake in RBS. Our policy remains to return the bank to private hands as soon as we can achieve fair value for the shares, recognising that fair value could well be below what the previous government paid for them. We have to live in the real world and make decisions on the future of our holding in RBS in the best interest of taxpayers.
Dennis Skinner. In the real world, 7 years ago, a Tory Chancellor stood at that dispatch box and said we've got to cut the money for every single local authority in Britain by up to about 40%. The result is it was all because of getting rid of a deficit. Now, 7 years later, that deficit is still more than £60 billion. Will he apologise to the people in Britain for that lousy mistake?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is still £60 billion, but it was £200 billion when we started working on it.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the theme of the afternoon on football, I'm sure everyone would wish to know that Cleethorpes Town have finished as champions of the Northern Counties East League, meaning that even more people will want to travel to Cleethorpes. The infrastructure development he spoke of earlier, can he give an assurance that all those roads will lead to Cleethorpes?
Well, I'll take that as a representation for all those many fans wanting to go to Cleethorpes to watch football.
Chris Stevens.
Mr. Speaker, can the Chancellor confirm that HMRC take 8 months to fill a vacancy in the National Minimum Wage Compliance Unit? And if so, what will he do to properly resource this service so that workers can get a decent day's pay for a decent day's work?
Well, I'll look into the specific issue he raises, Mr. Speaker, but it is, I want Parliament to be very clear that HMRC investigates absolutely every report of violations of national minimum wage. We take it very seriously and it is enforced.
David Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I did a public consultation on getting an enterprise zone or a business park, and the Labour County Council have blocked it considerably and constantly. Would the Council like to come to my constituents and listen to my constituency and listen to say what they're saying about having an enterprise zone?
Mr. Speaker, as it happens, I was just planning my domestic travel arrangements for the next 5 weeks, and I will take the honourable gentleman's request in mind when I do that.
Order. Statement. The Lord President of the Council and Leader of the House of Commons, Mr. David Lidington.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I would like to make a short statement about the business for tomorrow. On Wednesday, the 19th of April, the House will be asked to approve a motion that allows for my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, to seek an early parliamentary general election under the Fixed Term Parliaments Act 2011. This will be followed by consideration of Lord's amendments to the Technical and Further Education Bill, followed by a debate on a motion relating to Section 5 of the European Communities Amendment Act 1993. The business for Thursday, the 20th of April, remains backbench committee business, as I have previously announced. I shall, Mr. Speaker, make a further announcement about future business in the usual way on Thursday.
The Shadow Leader, Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by thanking the Leader of the House for his statement and actually coming to the House to inform us of this change of business on a motion calling for a general election. I now understand, Mr. Speaker, why it was so difficult to get a date out of the Leader of the House for the forthcoming Queen's speech, despite consistently asking him for it. Obviously, the Prime Minister's U-turn has been a long time in planning. Mr. Speaker, I'm also concerned that the Prime Minister chose to make her statement outside number 10 rather than come to the House. This is a massive U-turn because at least 7 times, most recently on March the 20th, the Prime Minister has ruled out an early general election. The Prime Minister said, I'm not going to be calling a snap election. I've been very clear that I think we need that period of time, that stability, to be able to deal with the issues that the country is facing and have that election in 2020. Clearly, this government cannot be trusted. Given that the general election is on the 8th of June and there are 25 working days until Parliament can be dissolved, could the Leader of the House let us know the exact date for dissolution of Parliament? And can I repeat again that the statement of such importance should have been made to the House of Commons, given the nature of this massive U-turn? Her Majesty's opposition will ensure that we will promote stability and that there is an alternative, fairer vision for this country.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady asked about the date for the dissolution. That, of course, is laid down in statute at having to take place 25 days before the proposed date of polling day. Therefore, the date of dissolution would be technically 1 minute past midnight on Wednesday, the 3rd of May. So, in effect, we're talking about dissolution at midnight on the night of the 2nd to 3rd of May. I have to say, I don't recollect any previous Labour Prime Minister announcing a general election on the floor of the House of Commons. And my right honourable friend this morning went about things in the time-honoured fashion. What she is putting to the country is the case for this government to go forward on the basis of a clear mandate to provide the clarity and the stability that the entire United Kingdom needs as we approach the historic task of implementing the referendum decision taken by the British people and forging the new, deep and special partnership with our friends and allies in the European Union that we all want to see.
Mr. Peter Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Leader of the House for making the statement at the earliest possible opportunity, and for the Prime Minister to make an announcement that wasn't leaked to the media in advance? And would he also confirm it is actually not in the gift of the Prime Minister to decide whether there's a general election or not? It will be this House. And if Her Majesty's opposition don't want a general election, can't face it, are worried about annihilation, they won't vote for it tomorrow.
I agree completely with my honourable friend.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you very much. Can I thank Leader of the House for a short but incendiary statement? And here was us on these benches believing that this was not the time for these type of big decisions, and the full focus of this government should really be on their hard Brexit. This, Mr. Speaker, is just quite one of the most extraordinary U-turns in political history. And the Fixed-Term Parliament Act has been about the biggest waste of this House's time possible. The calling of a general election now returns to a Prime Minister, and the interests of party now come before the interests of country. In this coming election, we will make sure that Scotland continues to be fully protected from this Tory government and its attempt to take our nation off the cliff edge of its hard Brexit and its obsession with austerity. Now, the Tories might play their petty party political games, knowing that they're up against a woeful and pitiful Labour Party, that we on these benches will ensure that Scotland is fully protected from the worst of this government's clutches.
And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister and the party she leads will be taking to the people will be the case for the union of the four nations of our United Kingdom, and our belief that those four nations are better off working together in that unique, enduring partnership of the United Kingdom. I would say to the honourable gentleman that the Prime Minister took her decision, a decision which she herself said this morning she took with some considerable reluctance, because it is in the interests of the people of this country, it is in the interests of the entire nation that we have clarity and stability and constancy of purpose as we move forward.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Lord President agree with me that this is actually one of the rare occasions where it is absolutely right that the statement was first made to the British people, not to this House, because it is they who are being asked to use their sovereign power to determine the composition of a new House?
My honourable friend makes a cogent point. It will, of course, be for this House, in the first place, to decide whether to approve the motion that we debate tomorrow, and then, if the government's motion is carried, then we will put our case to the people.
Tom Brake.
Prime Minister wasn't for calling a snap general election, but now she is, perhaps sensing a political opportunity. The choice to go for an election now is hers and hers alone, as it was the choice of a hard Brexit. Will the Leader of the House make time available before the general election campaign starts for this House to be able to discuss the party of government's failure on the NHS, tackling violent crime and dealing with people with disabilities and their benefits?
I'm astonished, Mr. Speaker. Right honourable gentleman, on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, was able to talk about political opportunism with a straight face. I mean, it was a decision that the Prime Minister alone has to take to put forward the motion tomorrow, but it will be a decision for every member of the House of Commons tomorrow when we meet to decide whether or not that is approved.
Geoffrey Clifton Brow. Mr. Speaker, could my right honourable friend the Leader confirm, he's confirmed in his statement when Parliament will be dissolved, midnight on the 2nd, could he please confirm what date Parliament will be prorogued?
Mr. Speaker, the usual discussions are underway between the usual channels about the handling of business that's currently before Parliament. On the assumption that the motion is carried by the House tomorrow, those discussions will intensify, and I hope I'll be able to provide the clarity my honourable friend seeks as soon as possible.
Angela Eagle.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the House has given us an image of the Prime Minister being dragged kicking and screaming into calling a general election when she didn't want one. Can we find time in what is left of this Parliament to have a debate about why she decided to trigger Article 50 and then throw the entire planning into doubt by then calling a general election, which will waste at least 3 months of the precious small amount of time we have left to get the best deal for Britain?
Really good, really good.
Mr. Speaker, far from throwing things into doubt, I mean, what the Prime Minister's decision has done is to provide, assuming that the people return the government, and it will be a choice for the people to take, that there will be the clarity of having a mandate behind the Prime Minister and her government to deliver a successful negotiation over the course of and to implement it over the course of a 5-year term.
Dr. Matthew Offord.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some members of this House are labouring under the impression that the next general election will be a rerun of the referendum. But can the Leader of the House confirm that Article 50 has been triggered, and regardless who wins the next election, there is no turning back?
I mean, the wording of Article 50 is clear, and it is clear that any change from the 2-year timetable can only happen if it is agreed unanimously by all member states, including the departing member state. And as my right honourable friend has made it clear, we must respect whatever side we took in that referendum campaign. We must respect the sovereign decision that the British people took.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Leader of the House for his statement today and assure him that the Democratic Unionist Party will support the motion tomorrow. We say bring it on, bring on the election and let people support the Union and the Unionist cause in Northern Ireland. Can I ask him also tomorrow if he will clarify the last date for those people who wish to register to vote, so as there's clarity and certainty about the registration process, especially in Northern Ireland?
Mr. Speaker, clearly I don't want to preempt the decision that this House will take tomorrow, but I will try, assuming the motion is carried, I will try to provide that clarity as rapidly as possible.
Dylan Goodman.
Mr. Speaker, well, as the Leader of the House says, he doesn't want to preempt the decision tomorrow by this House. So wasn't the Prime Minister attempting to do that in naming June the 8th?
Yes. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
What the Prime Minister was doing this morning was making her ambition clear about the time frame of the general election. I have to say to the honourable lady that the date would have been the first question put to the Prime Minister in the House and outside, had she not named a specific date.
Kirsty Blackman.
Mr. Speaker, in January 2000, you may remember a debate which went on all night, as soon as you took an active part in it, and the next day's business, therefore, didn't exist. Given the finance bill can sit until any hour tonight, what will the government do in the event of tomorrow not existing?
You know, Mr. Speaker, from that last intervention, I suspect that the honourable lady and his colleagues are a bunch of fearties as far as the general election is concerned.
Barry Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the House will agree with me, I'm sure, that the prime responsibility of this House is holding the government to account. And doesn't he think that many of, not just in this chamber, but outside of the country, will receive the Prime Minister's rush to an early general election as being a strategy to evade responsibility for the chaos we've had in this country since the last government arranged a referendum which they actually lost?
The Prime Minister's decision is inviting the British people in the national interest to return her to provide the leadership, the sense of direction and the clarity which this country needs, and which the Right Honourable Gentleman's Party is so clearly unable to provide themselves.
Nigel Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader confirm that, should the legislation pass tomorrow, what we're doing is not voting for a new Prime Minister for just 2 years over Brexit, but for a new Prime Minister for the duration of a Parliament of 5 years? Many of us are expecting, therefore, that either the current Prime Minister or the Leader of the Labour Party will walk through the door of number 10 post-June the 8th. Could he encourage my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, to go head-to-head in as many TV debates with the Leader of the Opposition as possible before June the 8th?
Mr. Speaker, I suspect that the electorate would be fascinated to see the outcome of such a debate.
Nansen.
Could the Leader of the House confirm to the House that in the event of the two-thirds majority not being agreed tomorrow, that the only way the government could call a general election was to table a vote of no confidence in itself? When does he plan to do so?
We are intending to go into the debate tomorrow with a clear objective of persuading that two-thirds majority to support the government's motion.
Howell Williams.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was inconsistent about Brexit, and now her iron determination not to call a general election transmutes into a leaden determination to have one. Can I assure the Leader that, with Labour in a writhing mess, we in Plaid Cymru relish the opportunity to provide a Welsh alternative to this ideologically driven, opportunist right-wing Tory government, and will be voting yes tomorrow?
Well, I suppose I should express my appreciation for the honourable gentleman's final phrase, if not for the rest of his remarks.
Chris Brandt.
For weeks now, I've had constituents emailing me and telephoning my office demanding, because they're terrified of the changes to the personal independence payments regulations, which we were to be finally allowed a debate and a vote on tomorrow. I noticed that the Leader of the House has suspended that. Will he guarantee that this House, this Parliament, will have a chance to vote on and debate those before dissolution?
As I said, the usual channels will discuss the provision of business, or the allocation of business between the debate concluding tomorrow and the date of dissolution.
Greg Mulholland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Democrats welcome the opportunity to take on this divisive, destructive Tory government and its hard Brexit. But let me ask the Leader of the House how much this general election will cost, and also why, if the Prime Minister wanted to do it, is she not doing so on May the 4th, because the decision not to do so is going to cost a lot of taxpayers' money?
I mean, the answer to the honourable gentleman's question is that the timetable for any general election is laid down by the Fixed Term Parliaments Act and the Political Parties Elections Represent and Referendums Act. And to aim for a general election on the same day as the local elections would not be possible, given what the laws require.
Mike Gay.
Mr. Speaker, inflation is rising. Real living standards are potentially going to decline, and we know that there will be very difficult negotiations with our European Union partners. Isn't the real reason the Prime Minister has called this so that she can avoid having a general election in 2020, which would be very dangerous for her party, and she thinks she can win now in order to avoid dealing with the consequences of a hard Brexit.
Well, the country I look at is one in which unemployment is falling, employment is at record levels, the deficit is down, and there are record levels of spending on key public services, which is made possible because of the strong economy that my right honourable friends, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, have fostered. So I would look forward to a general election in making that case to the people for that programme of political commitment and the leadership of my right honourable friend to continue.
Alison Thewlis.
Mr. Speaker, the Government's ridiculous rate clause came into force on the 6th of April with no parliamentary scrutiny. The usual channels had promised that a DL committee would be held to actually have some parliamentary scrutiny of this despicable policy. Will this now happen, given that Parliament is to be dissolved very soon?
Well, any change to the law, of course, has to go before Parliament, but I will put the honourable lady's point to my colleagues amongst the business managers, but I can't give her an immediate promise that she would get the time that she seeks.
Angela Smith.
Speaker, can the Leader of the House confirm what's going to happen to the Manchester Gorton by-election, given that potentially on May the 4th there will be no Parliament for any candidate to be elected to?
Yep. Good question.
Mr. Speaker, there is no statutory provision that provides for the cancellation of a by-election when a general election is in progress. It is up to the judgment of the acting returning officer, whom one might expect to regard the by-election writ as having been superseded. This was the course of action taken by the acting returning officer in the one precedent that I found, which is dating back to November 1923.
Mark Durkan.
Can the Leader tell us whether the Prime Minister took soundings from the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland as to the impact of this announcement on the ongoing inter-party talks? And does the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland still intend to bring legislation through this House and the House of Lords in the wash-up in respect of rates and topping up the mandate for the current Assembly to appoint an executive?
My right honourable friend, the Northern Ireland Secretary, is of course considering what difference, if any, should be made to his announced plans by the Prime Minister's announcement this morning. While I would try to provide the honourable gentleman with absolute clarity as soon as possible, my expectation is that there would continue to be a need for such legislation.
Green.
Very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Could the Leader of the House acknowledge that nonetheless we will elect a Metropolitan Mayor in Greater Manchester on the 4th of May who will take up office, including taking up responsibility for transport in the city region? Can the Government confirm that the Buses Bill will complete its parliamentary passage before dissolution?
The passage of any bill currently before Parliament will depend upon the talks between government and the official opposition that always take place ahead of a general election.
Jonathan Edwards.
Mr. Speaker, in calling a snap election, is it seriously the view of the British Government that a UK election will really change the EU 27 negotiating position? If so, Mr. Speaker, is it not guilty of living in a land of fantasy?
I think that what will be important is that newly elected leaders in France and in Germany will meet a newly re-elected Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, all of them with the confidence that they have mandates from their voters as they approach those negotiations in a constructive spirit.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To date, the Chancellor has refused to share any analysis of the impacts of Brexit with the Parliament. In fact, he seems to have refused to share it with the Secretary of State for exiting the EU, given his symbolic performance in front of committee. However, this general election is all about clarity. So in the interest of clarity, will the print analysis showing the impact of a hard Brexit versus Scotland staying in the single market, which is what my constituents voted for?
Well, I could make, Mr. Speaker, the arguments that the honourable gentleman has heard before about the vital importance to Scotland of the United Kingdom single market. But what I would say to him in particular is that the Prime Minister's objectives of delivering a new, deep and special partnership with our friends and allies in the EU 27 will serve the economic and security interests of Scotland well, as they will serve the whole of the United Kingdom well.
Margaret Ferrier.
Following on from my honourable friend, is the Leader of the House in a position to confirm or deny if the 2017 Tory manifesto will say yes to a single market, or will it be out?
I will put the honourable lady on the priority mailing list for a copy of the Conservative Party manifesto.
Mr Ian Blackford.
Mr Speaker, the Scottish Parliament recently voted by a margin of 69 to 59 in order that we can have a referendum, yet the Prime Minister arrogantly and contemptuously told us now is not the time. Well, now is the time for this Parliament to decide, should this Parliament also empower the Scottish Parliament to allow the Scottish people to have a say on their future?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman and his parliamentary colleagues have been demanding week after week that the Prime Minister seek a new electoral mandate from the people of the United Kingdom in order to deliver our exit from the European Union. She is doing just that, and I think the honourable gentleman might welcome that if he's to be consistent rather than complain.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Following the question from honourable friend from Kilmarnock and Loudon, he's right to say that the general election will be about clarity. So does the Leader of the House, like me, look forward to the clarity that the TV debates will give us? And does he agree with me that any attempt by any political leader, especially one from the government benches, to shuck from those invitations would be wholly unacceptable?
Well, I think ahead of tomorrow's debate, it's somewhat premature to speculate for a start about what the broadcasters will themselves decide and propose about the allocation of time for general election coverage, but I will take the honourable gentleman's comments as a representation.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to speak, but like everybody else sat in this chamber, it may well be the last time I get a chance. So, if you'll let me finish, I came here to speak honestly and plainly, and to speak like the people who are outside of this building. What I cannot understand from what the Leader of the House has said today is how any of this makes things clearer, makes us feel more stable, more secure. This, all I ask, is how does this look to people outside? And as somebody who came from outside, it looks like political opportunism.
I think to people, and I hope that people outside this building will look at what the Prime Minister said on the steps of Number 10 this morning and will believe that she is seeking an electoral mandate, and an electoral mandate for herself as leader of a government that will then be in a position to carry through extremely challenging and ambitious European negotiations over the next 2 years, and then implement the new partnership that we are seeking with the EU 27 afterwards, with the confidence deriving from the fact, I hope, that the government will enjoy a secure, enduring parliamentary majority for those measures for an entire 5-year term.
Order. Statement. The Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs, Secretary Boris Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I should like to begin by paying tribute to the Britons who were killed in tragic circumstances in Stockholm and Jerusalem. Chris Bevington was among 4 people who died in Sweden when a truck was driven into pedestrians on the 7th of April. Hannah Bladen was stabbed to death in Jerusalem on Good Friday in a senseless attack. Our thoughts and prayers are with their families. Mr. Speaker, I wish to update the House on two of the most significant foreign policy events taking place in the last fortnight, namely in Syria and in North Korea. These disparate challenges encompass one common theme. In each case, hereditary dictators presiding over cruel tyrannies have challenged the essential rules that underpin our world peace. The United States has responded with strength and resolve, and in accordance with its traditional role as the guarantor of the rules-based system. And in both cases, the US has acted with the full support of the British government. Turning first to Syria. At 06:39 on April the 4th, there was a chemical weapons attack on the town of Khan Sheikhoun in rebel-held Idlib province, and the House will recall the horrifying aftermath. Men, women and children were convulsed in agony, some foaming at the mouth, as their bodies were poisoned by nerve gas. Rescue workers tried desperately to decontaminate the casualties, and we saw children with oxygen masks clamped to their faces. Even by the standards of a civil war that has claimed more than 400,000 lives, this was among the most shocking incidents. And I want to repeat, for the benefit of the House, exactly what we know about that attack on Khan Sheikhoun, because there has been a concerted attempt to obscure the facts. We know beyond doubt that 2 Sukhoi 22 aircraft took off from Sharat airfield, where we know that chemical weapons are stored. We know that they were overhead at 6:39 when, according to all eyewitness accounts, the attack took place. We know from shell fragments in the crater that not only had sarin been used, but sarin carrying the specific chemical signature of sarin used by the Assad regime. And given that samples from the victims show conclusively that they had been exposed to sarin gas, there is only one conclusion: that the Assad regime almost certainly gassed its own people in breach of international law and the rules of war, showing the emptiness of that agreement reached in 2013, guaranteed by Russia, that was supposed to rid Syria of chemical weapons once and for all, and, I'm afraid, exposing the misjudgment of those who regarded that deal as a substitute for resolute action. The attack on Khan Sheikhoun is already the subject of an international inquiry from the Organisation for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. Thanks in large measure to UK diplomacy, the UN now has a joint investigative mechanism with a mandate to identify any party responsible for chemical attacks in Syria. I trust this will report as soon as possible. But the House should bear in mind that UN investigators have already found the Assad regime guilty of using poison gas on 3 separate occasions in 2014 and 2015. Some honourable members have suggested that we arraign Assad before the International Criminal Court. I must say the only way of bringing Syria before the ICC would be through a referral from the UN Security Council, and we tried that option in 2014, only to be thwarted by the vetoes of Russia and China. And sadly, Russia's response to the attack on Khan Sheikhoun has been to try to protect Assad yet again. On the 12th of April, Russia cast its 8th veto on behalf of Assad in the Security Council, blocking a resolution that would have demanded the regime's cooperation with the international investigation. On the day after the atrocity, I spoke to Secretary Tillerson, and it became clear that the US was considering a military response. In the early hours of 7th April, the US did indeed take action, firing 59 cruise missiles at the military airbase from which the gas attack is believed to have been launched. We were given advance notice of the operation, But at no stage did the US administration ask for UK military help, only for political support. Advance warning was given to Russian military personnel who were co-located with the Syrian Air Force at the same base to minimise the risk of casualties. The government believes that the US action was a necessary, appropriate and justified response to an awful crime. As many as 20 Syrian aircraft are believed to have been destroyed. The House will know that Assad's air force has been bombing civilians day after day for most of the last 6 years, and the destruction of some of those strike aircraft will in itself save some lives. I think still more important is President Trump's emphatic message that the era when Assad's barbarism was met with passivity and inaction has finally come to an end. America's determined response creates an opportunity to break the deadlock and pave the way for a political settlement of Syria's tragedy. But that will only happen if Russia is prepared to bring Assad to the negotiating table and begin a transition to a new government that represents the sole chance of peace in Syria. After the chemical attack and the American strike, it was the priority for Secretary Tillerson to convey that message to Russia with the backing of as many countries as possible. The combined weight of the G7 and the like-minded countries from the region unanimously supported US military action as a carefully calibrated response to a war crime. And they mandated Tillerson to go to Russia and to urge them to promote a real and genuine political process in Syria. And I want to stress that we in the UK have no intention of dislodging Russian interests in Syria. On the contrary, we recognise Russia's long connection with that country and the national interests at stake. But Russia's position in Syria does not depend on Assad. The unmistakable lesson of 6 years of bloodshed is that Assad cannot deliver what his people and the wider world so desperately need, namely a peaceful and united Syria. So I hope I have the support of everybody in this House when I say I call on the Russians to end their blind support for Assad, stop the gas attacks and the barrel bombs, allow the delivery of aid to those who need it, deliver a real ceasefire and begin the political process that will include a transition away from Assad. And that was the message that Secretary Tillerson conveyed to Putin and to Sergei Lavrov on the 12th of April. And we will do our utmost here in the UK to hold accountable anybody found responsible for that gas attack. And we will work with our American counterparts to create the conditions for Russia to work with us and to escape its entanglement with the toxic Assad regime, which poisons Russia's international reputation just as surely as it poisons its own people. Mr. Speaker, turning now to North Korea, I think the events of last weekend provided further proof of the threat that country poses to international peace and security. On Saturday, North Korea paraded an arsenal of ballistic missiles in front of carefully regimented crowds. Only 24 hours later, the regime tested another missile, although this time the launch failed. Last year alone, North Korea tested 2 nuclear bombs and 24 missiles. I will remind members that of all those tests, all of those tests break a series of UN resolutions dating back to 2006, when Resolution 1695 was passed unanimously by the Security Council. And yet, on Monday, the Pyongyang regime threatened further missile tests on a weekly, monthly and yearly basis. The regime is now developing intercontinental ballistic missiles which would be capable of delivering a nuclear strike on the mainland United States. These weapons have not yet been fully tested, but no one can be complacent about the potential threat they pose. Yesterday I spoke to my Chinese counterpart Wang Yi, and I urged him to use Beijing's unique influence to restrain North Korea and to allow a peaceful resolution of this crisis. By suspending their coal imports from North Korea, China has given a welcome signal of its willingness to exert pressure on the regime. And later this month, I shall attend a special meeting of the Security Council on North Korea. All hopes of progress rest on international cooperation, especially between China and the US, and the verifiable disarmament of North Korea's nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles. The crises in Syria and North Korea represent a challenge to the law-based liberal international order in which this country believes. Britain's role is to stand alongside the United States and our allies as we confront those threats, and in that effort we will not tire. I commend this statement to the House.
Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement, and may I join with him in sending my condolences to the families of Chris Bevington and Hannah Bladen. Obviously, the Foreign Secretary's statement is somewhat overshadowed by another announcement today, but to my mind, the issues at hand here are far more important for the future of our world than the Prime Minister's cynical short-term manoeuvres. She talked about the need for leadership and stability and is happy to plunge the country into 6 weeks of uncertainty exactly at the time when Britain needs to provide stable global leadership on issues like Syria and North Korea. But we shouldn't be surprised, because on these and on other global crises, the party opposite is abdicating any effective leadership role for Britain. Turning first to Syria, we were all appalled by the dreadful attacks on civilians witnessed during the Easter recess. 2 weeks ago, there was a horrifying chemical attack on Khan Sheikhoun, killing dozens of ordinary villagers and injuring many hundreds more. And just 2 days ago, and I was rather surprised that the Foreign Secretary did not see fit to mention this, we saw the suicide bombing of the so-called pro-regime evacuees of Rashidin, with dozens of children among those who were killed, and they were lured to their deaths by the promise of free crisps. A tragic reminder that in this conflict, Bashar al-Assad does not hold the monopoly when it comes to horrific atrocities against innocent civilians, including children. Mr. Speaker, we need a peaceful settlement in Syria now more than ever. Indeed, last week, the Foreign Secretary said his priority was to build coordinated international support for a ceasefire and an intensified political process, and I agree with him. So why, rather than working for coordinated international action to properly investigate, punish and prevent the use of chemical weapons, is the Foreign Secretary instead threatening more unilateral airstrikes by the US against the Assad regime? Why, rather than engaging in that peace process, did he instead cancel his proposed talks in Moscow and in the process so comprehensively alienate the Putin government that they have refused to talk to Britain in future? And why, rather than ensuring the G7 spoke with one strong voice on Syria last week, did he instead present them with a half-baked, quickly rebuffed proposals for sanctions without doing any preparatory work to win that support that was needed? He ended last week disowned by Downing Street, ignored by Russia and humiliated by the G7. The only straw he can cling on to, we presume, is this: that the United States State Department is still telling him what to say and do and which countries he is allowed to visit. And to that end, can I ask a final question on Syria? Based on his close relationship with the Trump administration, can he clarify exactly what their strategy now is? Mr. Speaker, turning quickly to North Korea, the Foreign Secretary rightly condemns the ongoing nuclear and missile programmes being pursued by Kim Jong-un's regime. I hope he will agree that, like Syria, this is a crisis which can only be resolved through coordinated international action, through the de-escalation of tensions, and ultimately through negotiations. So can he assure us that Britain will argue against any unilateral military action taken by the United States and instead urgently back China's call for the resumption of the six-party talks? When it comes to North Korea, the world needs statesmanship, not brinkmanship. We cannot afford blind loyalty to the Trump administration if they are leading us down the path to war. Peace in Syria and North Korea, our relationship with the Trump administration, these are vital issues for the future of Britain and the world. And as much as the Prime Minister would like the coming election simply to be about Brexit, we must ensure that these and other international concerns are not forgotten. To that end, my final question for the Foreign Secretary is this. Will he commit to join me in a televised debate between all the parties on foreign policy? No ifs, no buts. I'm ready to say yes now. So will he commit today to do likewise? Announce the first election debate and put the party's promise of stable leadership on the line.
Mr. Speaker, I'm obviously disappointed that the Shadow Foreign Secretary should choose to intrude into this very, very important consideration, I think relatively separate issues of domestic political policy. We are trying to explain the position of the UK and indeed the West towards the Assad regime. And just to answer her serious point, by the way, we're having a televised debate now, in case you haven't noticed. And we should continue in that way. We are engaged in trying to use the opportunity provided by American action to drive forward the political process. It is not easy. And I think that, in all honesty, the right honourable lady should reflect on her approach, because what we are trying to do, I think, does require a very great degree of cross-party support. We want the Russians to face up to the real option before them, which is if they continue to back Assad, they will be backing a regime that has been proved, and I hope the members heard what I said about the use of chemical weapons, proved beyond a shadow of doubt to have used chemical weapons that are banned under international law. Now, I would like them to accept that there is a deal, and that could be that they have an improvement in their relations with the Americans. They work together with the rest of us to tackle the scourge of Daesh. In return, I think what needs to happen is that the Russians need to understand that they must make a serious commitment to a political process. And at the moment, they are not. They need to have a proper commitment to a ceasefire, and at the moment, they are not making that commitment. They need to stop their client using chemical weapons. They said they would do that in 2013. And rather than simply parroting, if I may say, the lines of the Kremlin, she should support the collective action of the West, and indeed not just the G7, but as I said, the like-minded countries who were. But she has said that the West was divided, for instance, in its attitude towards sanctions. Let's be absolutely clear that all we are trying to do is to follow the evidential trail where it leads, and if the OPCW finds that there are members of the Syrian armed forces who have been responsible for that attack, then I hope she will agree that they should face sanctions. I hope she will agree that they should face sanctions. If she opposes that, I have to say I find it absolutely extraordinary. The United States has moved to impose sanctions on a further 300 people, and there is a very large measure of support from all Western countries for doing exactly that. Furthermore, it seems unclear, really, from her account, whether she is actually supportive of the American action at all. And I wonder whether she could enlighten the House. Is she actually in favour of what the Americans did? Because for the first time in 5 years, what the Trump White House has shown is that the West is not prepared to sit by and watch while people are gassed using weapons that should have been banned.
Order. We appreciate the Foreign Secretary's inimitable rhetorical style, but I fear that the Honourable Lady, by moving as if to intervene, supposes that she is taking part in a debate. Let us await the televised debate, if it is to happen. At this point, the Right Honourable Gentleman can content himself with responding to questions. The Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. I was far from clear in listening to the Right Honourable Lady's response, whether she actually supports what the United States has done. And I would like some elucidation on that. That has offered, for the first time in 5 years, that has shown that the West is willing to stand up to the use of these vile weapons, and it has given us a political opportunity that hitherto we have not had. And I think her best bet would be to support this government, the efforts of Western countries in trying to drive that forward and get the Russians to deliver a genuine political solution.
Order! I say to the Honourable Lady, all sorts of things might be judged by some people to be intolerable, but I'm afraid what is above all intolerable is to depart from the normal process. Now, the Honourable Lady is a person of very considerable intellect and ingenuity. Doubtless through her colleagues, and possibly subsequent to the statement, she can find ways of giving expression to her concern. But at this point, if she could assume a Zen-like calm, the House itself will be the beneficiary of that. Sir Nicholas Soames.
It is obviously right, Mr. Speaker, that a diplomatic joint approach in Syria is clearly more important than unilateral action. And will he therefore commit to continue to work very closely with our American allies and our other partners and friends to bring an end to this barbaric slaughter in Syria?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. That is exactly what we are engaged in doing. I do not pretend to the House that this will be easy. We have been here before. We've seen the whole Kerry-Lavrov rigmarole that went on for months and months and months. But this is an opportunity for Russia to recognise that they are supporting a regime that deserves the odium of the entire world. It is costing Russia. It is costing Russia friends and support around the world. They have a chance now to go for a different approach, and that is what we are collectively urging them to do.
Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement and associate these benches with his opening remarks about paying tribute to those who lost their lives both in Jerusalem and Stockholm. Thoughts, of course, are with their families. The international community must, of course, respond to what can only be described as the monstrous actions of the Assad regime. There should, of course, be an international investigation sponsored by the Security Council, and if that is blocked, then it should be ordered by the General Assembly of the United Nations. The mechanisms exist for this to happen, and the UK Government must lead the way. Hear, hear. The findings should then be taken to the International Criminal Court, and those responsible should be arraigned and subjected to the force of international law. The US airstrikes on the Sherat airfield are a demonstration of the unpredictability of the Trump administration, which many fear will only cause further escalation of the conflict. In their rush to congratulate that administration on its recent strike, did the UK Government consider the repercussions? Until now, coalition aircraft have operated with relative freedom against Daesh in eastern Syria. Now Russia has suspended a US-Russia air operations accord, and the Assad regime will likely activate its extensive air defences. The skies above Syria, therefore, will be much more dangerous for UK pilots, while Syrian civilians on the ground will suffer even more. We on these benches have questioned the UK Government policy on airstrikes from the very beginning, but now we must have answers, Mr. Speaker. What changes will be made to adapt to the changing situation, and how will this affect the coalition aerial campaign against Daesh? UK jets and bombs will not bring peace in Syria, and we call on the UK Government to reconsider its tactics and urgently present a revised military strategy in Parliament. While dialogue aimed at ending the conflict is welcome, above all we want hostilities to cease and civilians to receive the basic food, shelter and medical care which they so badly need. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the subject of North Korea, we urge all parties to lower tensions and use diplomatic means to work through disagreements. Yet, this is more evidence of the need to implement multilateral disarmament and put an end to the existence of weapons of mass destruction in general and nuclear weapons in particular.
Thank you very much, Mr. I would point out that the Honourable Lady will know that the UK is already the second biggest donor in humanitarian aid to the region. So we have a record there that we can be proud of. I just going back though to what she had to say about the American strike itself. I do find it, I must say, I'm looking at some familiar faces here from these statements on Syria. Month after month, I've come here to update the House on how that tragedy has been unfolding. And I see people who take a passionate interest in this subject and who have called repeatedly for us to do more. Finally, the United States has taken what we believe to be condign action that I think is entirely appropriate, and somehow it fails to find favour with the Honourable Lady. I think it is a good thing, but we should not, as I say, overstate the importance of what has happened from a military point of view. We've got to recognise that this is a political opportunity, and it's an opportunity for the Russians to recognise the manner of regime that they are propping up, and that is the message that we need to get over loud and clear and unanimously. As for North Korea, she makes a good point about the need to get rid of nuclear weapons. I think it would be foolish, I hope she would agree, it would be foolish for the United States, for instance, to even begin to think of getting rid of its nuclear weapons before we have denuclearised North Korea.
Mr. Crispin Blunt. I thank the Foreign Secretary for the detailed evidence he's presented to the House about the responsibility for the nerve agent attack in Syria. And can I commend him for giving us, the House, the detail? And in that sense, also invite him to depersonalise his assessment of the Syrian regime simply around the personality of its president. We already have in place a mechanism by which that president will be held to account in future by the Syrian people if he wishes to seek that, who's under the International Syria Support Group conclusions in November 2015. That process is already agreed by 20 nations, and we should be relying on that and not using our rhetoric that might make it a more difficult place in order to get into that process. Yeah. And finally, if I can just ask him about North Korea. Could I invite him to put pressure on the United States to try and dial down the public rhetoric? There is an element in which North Korea is something like an attention-seeking child that happens to belong to somebody else, in this case China. And whilst the United States has proper responsibilities to the other nations in the area about their security, ratcheting up the rhetoric with North Korea is probably the wrong way of publicly dealing with them.
I agree entirely with my right honourable friend that we should be clear that it is not just our quarrel is not only with Bashar al-Assad but also with others in his regime. Though I think it will be possible, and the route map can be sketched out, which shows how you can keep the institutions of Syrian government and get rid of the most murderous elements of that regime. And we need to be getting that idea across very clearly in the course of the next few weeks and months. On North Korea, I'm sure his words are very wise on the need to avoid ratcheting up the rhetoric, and he speaks from experience. I would say in this arena, I believe that the key lies mainly with China, and it is very much in the Chinese interest, and the Russians, by the way, who share a border with Korea. It's in the Chinese and the Russian interest to rein in Kim Jong-un and persuade him to abandon what I think is a path of self-destruction.
Hilary Benn. Very much. Mr. Speaker, in the light of the American Vice President's current visit to the region, one hopes to consult South Korea and Japan, amongst others, on the most effective way of containing North Korea's nuclear ambitions, and reflecting on the Foreign Secretary's own experience at the recent G7 summit. Does he think that there is potential for further economic sanctions directed at Pyongyang? And does he think that China would fully support such a step?
I think, if I may say so, Mr. Speaker, I think the crucial thing is for the Chinese and others to implement the current sanctions that we have, and to allow them to have full economic impact. There has been some doubt, as the Right Honourable Member may know, some doubt in recent months about the full application of those sanctions. People in North Korea are living in absolute misery and penury, servitude. The trouble is, I think that they can probably continue. They can continue to live in that state for a very long time to come, unless their government sees sense. And we must work with the Chinese to persuade them.
Sir Hugo Swire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But given the fact that China, in a most welcome manner, but rather surprisingly, did support sanctions at the UN in 2013, the chances are they will come to the UN Security Council meeting at the end of this month in a positive frame of mind. Foreign Secretary is absolutely right in that, of course, Russia shares a small border with DPRK. It is also a permanent member of the UN Security Council. In addition, is also party to the six-party talks. So will my right honourable friend commit, as well as to having good discussions with his opposite number Wang Yi in China, to also talking to Sergei Lavrov and pointing out to Russia this is another chance for Russia to rehabilitate its international reputation, which is at the moment extremely tarnished?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and he has great expertise in this matter. And it is perfectly true that the economic relationship is overwhelmingly between China and North Korea. But as my honourable friend says, Russia certainly has a role, and Russia should not be permitted to hide endlessly behind China's skirts. And that was a point, actually, that Rex Tillerson made in Moscow on April the 12th.
Clwyd.
In 1988, I took a cross-party group from this House to see some of the survivors of Halabja. Originally, there was a lot of discussion about who was responsible for Halabja, and people like Dr. Alistair Hay went out to Halabja and brought back soil samples and evidence. And I wonder if the use of people, experts in the UK, are being used again to find out who was the perpetrator of this terrible carnage and suffering again on the Syrian people. Has the Foreign Secretary talked to people like that? Because I think, because of their experience in dealing with chemical weapons, they could be of help again.
I well remember the Right Honourable Lady's efforts in respect of Halabja, and she played a big part, actually, in hardening my own heart against Saddam Hussein many years ago, and she campaigned on that matter with great effect, and quite rightly. What we are doing today is supporting the OPCW's mission. They are setting up an expert fact-finding mission to try to assemble. I've sketched out all that we know about what happened on the morning of April the 4th, the best evidence that we have so far, and I hope the House will believe that it is very, very persuasive indeed. What the fact-finding mission will now do is go and draw on a variety of sources, samples from the victims, environmental samples, munition fragments, footage of the incident and its aftermath, interviews with survivors, people who were first on the scene, medics, eyewitnesses, and they'll be able to draw on signals intelligence, flight tracking data analysis, meteorological and other information that will be shared by us and by other countries concerned. And our experience is that such fact-finding missions are able to reach conclusions under very, very difficult circumstances. And I get back to the point that I made to the Right Honourable Lady. It's that information that we need to create the evidential trail to the individuals who were responsible. And there is good evidence already, but we will use what we have where possible, to not only to impose sanctions, but to impose prosecutions for war crimes.
Sir Eric Pickles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable said that Russia's position in Syria does not depend on Assad, but the Assad's regime's position in Syria is wholly dependent upon Russia. And Russia must accept its responsibility for that attack. And if its reputation is to be rehabilitated, the first important step will be to help ease the Assad regime out of Syria.
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend. I think the crucial thing is for the Russians to understand what in the past have been fairly free in admitting that they don't actually have any deep spiritual affinity for Bashar al-Assad. They don't love him. They are wedded to him for the time being. I believe that in the long term there can be no future for Syria with Bashar al-Assad in power. And we have to find a way forward. What we want to do now is to reach out to the Russians, to get them to understand that point and to get them to commit to a serious political process. And we should not abandon that goal.
Mr. David Winnick.
I don't regret any of the votes I participated in opposing military intervention in Syria, because at various times we were asked to oppose one side or the other, as the case may be. But is it not the case that if there had been no military retaliation over the chemical attack, it would have encouraged Assad to do so again?
I believe that the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right, and that is why I think we should acknowledge that the United States has changed the terms of trade in Syria, and it is now up to us to make the most of that opportunity to get political change.
Sir Alistair Burt.
Speaker, can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement and the tone with which he made it. One of the purposes of the American action the other day was, as it would have been in 2013, to demonstrate to President Assad that he could not militarily subjugate all his people, and that therefore it would give force to negotiations where he would actually have to concede something. But the difficult question is this: had the Secretary of State in the United States asked my right honourable friend for support that evening in some way, what would my right honourable friend's answer have been? Does he and the government consider itself bound by the decision of the House in August 2013 and the statement of David Cameron afterwards? If so, does he intend to return the House to discuss that matter further? Or if not, what might the United Kingdom be able to do to demonstrate its force and resolve against such actions as those we saw from President Assad the other week?
As my right honourable friend knows, we were not asked, and as I said, we were not asked for specific support, but it is my belief, though I stress no such decision has yet been taken, it is my belief that were such a request to be made in future, were it to be a reasonable request in pursuit of similar objectives, then I think it would be very difficult for the United Kingdom to say no.
Mr. Stewart.
Bladen was a student at Birmingham University. Our thoughts and prayers are with her, her family and her friends. As a result of having been stabbed to death in Jerusalem, has the Foreign Office changed any of its travel advice?
I repeat my condolences to the family of Ms Bladen, and all I can say is that although we are offering consular assistance to her family at the moment, we are not changing our general advice about travel to Israel.
Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
Given the vile propaganda role of Asma al-Assad in propping up a murderous and barbaric war criminal, could the Foreign Secretary update the House about what discussions he's had with the Home Secretary so that we can send a very clear message that that is incompatible with British citizenship?
We don't actually discuss individual citizenship cases, as I'm sure my honourable friend knows. I understand the feelings that she is expressing. It is what is I can certainly tell her is that Asma al-Assad, in common with her husband, is certainly on the UK sanctioned list.
Mike Gates.
Speaker, the Foreign Secretary's original statement was comprehensive and measured, but it had one significant omission. There was no mention whatsoever of Turkey. There are 3 million Syrian refugees in Turkey, and as he knows, the Turkish government, President Erdogan, had called for a no-fly zone. Others, including myself, had called for a no-fly zone over Idlib. What discussions are there ongoing at this moment about how to protect civilians in Syria, not just from chemical weapons, but also from barrel bombs?
The Honourable John makes a very good point, and he's right to draw attention to the cardinal role of Turkey in this whole crisis. Turkey's borne the brunt, as he knows, of the huge tide of refugees. I agree very much with what he's saying about no-fly zones. I know that it's something that is strongly supported by Rex Tillerson and the US. You cannot deliver them, though, without a ceasefire. And that's why I return to this challenge that we're making to the Russians. It's up to them not just to stop the barrel bombs that he mentions, but to deliver a real ceasefire.
Sir Edward Lee.
The Foreign Secretary rightly dealt at length with the chemical attack, but I was rather surprised he didn't take the opportunity to condemn also the appalling attack on Shia civilians, 126 killed, 68 children fleeing from Foa and Kafraya. And this underlines the problem that you face if you're an Alawite or a Shia or a Christian in Syria. However much you detest Assad, as we all do, you rely on Assad to protect you. For too long, this House have tried to engage in regime change, removing Saddam, Gaddafi and now Assad. We should concentrate on humanitarian work and on protecting minorities in the Middle East.
I fully appreciate the point that the right honourable gentleman makes, and he's perfectly right that our thoughts should equally be with the 126 victims of that appalling attack. Many of them, as the right honourable lady said, many of them also children. There are many victims in this conflict, but of the 400,000 who have died in the last 5 or 6 years, I think it's now in its 7th year, this war, the overwhelming majority have been victims of the Assad regime and its supporters. And it's for that reason that I must say to my right honourable friend that I understand his hesitations, and they, of course, they're shared by many people who think instinctively that perhaps it would be better to stay with the devil we know. But he is a very, very odious devil indeed. And I'm afraid, as I look ahead, I cannot see how Bashar al-Assad can remain in power in Syria in the long term. You have to go back a long way in history to find somebody who has murdered quite so many of his population and who has retained office.
Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement. Of course, it's not for any of us in this House to decide who runs Syria. That's a choice for the Syrian people. And in that regard, can I just say to the Foreign Secretary that we should judge recent events in Syria, and they will be successful if and only if they form part of a comprehensive strategy to protect civilian life. And in that regard, can I ask him what conversations he has had with the DFID Secretary of State about getting the aid that we as a country have paid for to those who need it in Syria? We call for this, Mr. Speaker, thanks to you, for Aleppo, and we failed, and now people in Idlib are being targeted, as we discussed in this House previously. So will the Foreign Secretary say, what strategy do we have now to save civilian life, to get aid in, to get people who need to come out of Syria so they can receive medical attention out of Syria, and to help save each and every life we can?
I pay tribute to the consistent campaigning that the honourable lady has done on this issue over the years, and she's right to draw attention to the appalling humanitarian situation. There are still about 1.5 million people who are being besieged by Assad's regime, and they're using starvation as an instrument of warfare. What we are trying to do is, I'm going back to the earlier points, there must be a ceasefire, and the Russians must make it possible for the humanitarian aid convoys to have access to those regimes. That is what we are trying to promote, not just in Geneva, but at the Astana talks as well. And as I say, it is up to the Russians. We can build the exit for them. I think it's an attractive exit. They have the chance to have long-term Western support for the rebuilding of Syria. They have their interests in Syria protected in the long term. The Tartus and Latakia, their strategic interest. They can have a political role in the future of Syria. But what they've got to ensure is that there is a ceasefire, an end to the barrel bombs and a proper political process.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Can the Foreign Secretary tell us what the outcome of this proper political process would be, given that even commentators who absurdly used to claim that there were 70,000 moderate fighters against Assad in Syria now accept that the overwhelming majority of the armed opposition are run by Islamists? So whilst accepting that Assad is a monster in the tradition of Gaddafi and in the tradition of Saddam Hussein, does he accept that there's a distinction between punishing him for using chemical weapons and removing him to replace him with a virulent Islamist regime?
I must say that I strongly agree with the wisdom of that remark. And the thing will be to have a political process that preserves the institutions of the Syrian state whilst decapitating the monster.
Greg Mulholland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The international community failed in Syria for too long, and we echo the comments made by the Foreign Secretary that some action was indeed needed and may be needed in future. Can I ask him, though, his statement was very firm, quite rightly, on Russia, but it didn't give a sense of how the peace talks will go forward, which clearly is also essential, as well as Russia changing their position.
As has been said by several honourable members, in the end, the new constitution for Syria, the new arrangements are going to be a matter for the Syrian people. But there are certainly people on either side of the debate in Syria who could come together to form a new federal government for that country and take it forward to a much brighter future.
David Rutley.
Mr. Speaker, Russia's propped up the Assad regime for far too long. When I met the Russian ambassador a year ago, I asked him and urged him to request his government to find a new home for Assad outside of Syria to enable the political process to move forward and create peace in that country. He declined. Does my right honourable friend agree that it's time for Russia to change its mind on that matter?
Knowledge, the Russian president actually suggested that Bashar al-Assad should find refuge in some Gulf country, which I won't upset by naming.
Mark Hendrick.
Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Secretary said in his statement, I stress that we have no intention of dislodging Russia from Syria. Well, we'd be fools to think that we could. And then went on to say, but Russia's position in Syria does not depend on Assad. Now, for the last 7 years, Putin has supported Assad through thick and thin. He's not suddenly going to develop a conscience, as we've seen with his actions over the years in Chechnya and elsewhere. And therefore, we're left in a position with the UN Security Council, where Russia has a seat, will constantly block any military attempts. And therefore, we're left with the scenario where Trump could take unilateral action, as they've done on the airfield, and I support that action. But how far are we supposed to support Trump in those actions without the support of the Security Council? Because clearly he could do that to Assad, and he could do that to President Kim in North Korea.
I disagree very strongly with the Honourable. I do think, of course, it's difficult, and of course the Russians have been backing Assad for many years, but this is an opportunity now for them to have a new bargain, a bargain in which they have a ceasefire, an end to the barrel bombs, an end to chemical weapons, a real political solution, and in exchange they get a genuine relationship with the United States. They join the rest of the world in the war against Daesh. And they have acknowledgement, yes, I do, they have acknowledgement that they have a way out of the quagmire of Syria, and that the West will, of course, step in, once it's possible, to pay for the reconstruction of that country.
Seema Kennedy.
Mr. Speaker, Iran has committed hundreds of troops and billions of dollars in Syria. Also, in living memory, many Iranians have suffered chemical attacks. They have been victims of it. Can my right honourable friend reassure the House that his department is taking advantage of the full diplomatic relations we now have with Iran to put pressure on the Assad regime?
Yes, we certainly are, and I think one of the important points to make to the Russians is that in the end it is the Iranians who are benefiting from any progress that the Assad regime makes. It is the Iranians who are the whip holders in that in that relationship. And in the end, the Russians need to detach themselves from the Iranians as well as from Assad.
Margaret Ferrier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear what the Secretary of State is saying. However, a new report from Human Rights Watch suggests that US forces last month failed to properly confirm targets before launching a missile strike in Aleppo, killing dozens of civilians and, as we've heard, including lots of children. They even destroyed a building they hadn't even established was a mosque. Now, as the UK government cheerleads yet more US airstrikes in Syria, what steps will the Secretary of State take to avoid yet more civilian deaths in Syria?
I must say that obviously we deplore any civilian deaths in Syria, but I do deplore any false equivalence between American actions and the dropping by the Assad regime of barbaric weapons which were banned in 1925.
Rebecca Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend's call for a peaceful and united Syria? Who would disagree with that? And especially the need for humanitarian protection of civilians. But would my right honourable friend agree that putting down shutters is never a productive way forward? And in this light, can he confirm that he still remains in regular contact with his Russian counterparts?
Of course.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the statement from the Foreign Secretary and did extend our sympathy and thoughts to the Bevington and Bladen families. The Secretary of State mentioned that his government has to deal with odious devils. Of course, some of those devils are homegrown, and his government has been able to deal with them in the past. As it seems attractive to remove one leader from power in terms of a regime change, does he accept that the real linchpin in Syria is Russia? And what is the true state of his relationship with Russian officials and between Her Majesty's government and the Putin regime?
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right. In the end, it was the Russian intervention that saved Bashar Assad's regime, and it is now the Russians have it in their hands to change the outcome in Syria for the benefit, and not just of the Syrian people, but for the benefit of Russia as well.
James Cartledge.
Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his statement, but just to echo the question from my honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough, there are others here who are concerned about this phrase regime change and any policy that moves in that direction. Can he confirm that if the US moves towards a more explicit regime change policy in regard to Assad, that we would only support them after a vote in this House endorsing such a policy?
Well, good question. The policy of the government is spelt out very clearly in Resolution 2254, which calls for a political process leading to a transition away from the Assad regime. And I think the honourable gentleman will agree that is the right way forward.
Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary confirmed that the regime has been responsible for 3 previous chemical attacks on their civilians. Given that, can he confirm whether or not there is international support for targeted sanctions against military commanders, despite the way that the negotiations went earlier?
I should thank you. I'm grateful for that, because there was never a proposition to have general sanctions against Russia, for instance. That was a piece, I must say, a media ectoplasm, if you like, Mr. Speaker. What we have is very strong support for the idea of taking the evidence that the fact-finding mission is going to be accumulating, using that to isolate the individuals who may have been responsible. And by the way, there may be Russian military advisers who are also complicit in this, and not only imposing sanctions on them, which I hope she will agree would be the right thing, and I know she would agree would be the right thing to do, but also arraigning them for war crimes.
Dr. Matthew Offord.
What role does the Foreign Secretary see the United Kingdom playing in confronting the bellicose actions of the North Korean regime?
The most important and useful thing we can do, thank you, the most important and useful thing we can do is to intercede with our Chinese friends to stress to them the huge influence they have in this matter, get them to use their economic weight to try to get Pyongyang to see sense.
Order. Point of order, Emily Thornberry.
Speaker, is it in order, whilst refusing to answer the challenge of a televised debate, for the Secretary of State to use the opportunity of a statement to make the most extraordinary claims? Perhaps the biggest one being that he is unaware of Labour's position in relation to this. We have made it abundantly clear that the way that we should have proceeded was for UN inspectors to establish beyond doubt who was responsible and challenge the international community, including the Russians, to take multilateral action against the perpetrator, who is presumably Mr. Assad.
Well, what I would say to the honourable lady off the top of my head is that unawareness, whether real or proclaimed, is not disorderly. Proceedings have been orderly. Some people may feel better informed, others may not. But the honourable lady, who has very considerable experience both of this place and of pleading her case in the courts, has made her own point with her own eloquence, in her own way, and it's on the record. Point of order, Mr Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On Sunday the 2nd of April, and again on Sunday the 9th of April, the former Deputy Prime Minister, Lord Prescott, claimed that my father, when a Member of Parliament for North Antrim, had, contrary to the Wilson Doctrine, his phone tapped by the security services. This, of course, infringes on the rights and liberties of all 650 members of this House and, more importantly, on the rights and liberties of our constituents. What steps can be taken to verify Lord Prescott's claims and to hold to account those who failed to inform the Speaker at that time about this breaking of the Wilson Doctrine? And what course is now open to Parliament to uncover the truth in this affair?
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman both for his point of order and for his characteristic courtesy in giving me advance notice of his intention to raise it. I would advise the honourable gentleman that if he believes that the privileges of this House have been infringed, the proper course of action is for him to write to me, setting out the facts of the matter. There is a very specific reason for my request or exhortation to him in this particular circumstance to write, and that is that he is essentially raising a matter of privilege. Traditionally, in such circumstances, the Chair always advises a member to write to the Speaker. If the honourable gentleman does so, I would then make a decision on whether this should be pursued as a matter of privilege. We'll leave it there for now, and I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. If there are no further points of order, we come now to the 10-minute rule motion. Mims Davis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given for me to bring in a bill to make provision for the governance and operation of parish councils in England and for connected purposes. I bring this bill forward today to make a fundamental point, that as we devolve power down to local communities, we should ensure that those councils to which we are giving more power should be run in a good way. Throughout all of public life, we should ensure that elected representatives adhere to the Nolan principles. They are selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership. It is these principles that need to be at the heart of all governance and indeed of our parish councils. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to begin by declaring my own involvement in local councils. Before coming to this place, I was a district and twice parish councillor. I have helped to produce a neighbourhood plan and sat on various parish council committees and seen how parishes should work both as a councillor and now via feedback as a Member of Parliament. I am very passionate indeed about the principle that decisions should be made as locally as possible and as properly as possible. Indeed, as Hamble Parish Council is showing, they are now to agree the first stages of a neighbourhood plan. Good parishes can make a real difference, committed people coming together in the best interests for their area. I am also fully in support for those calling for Eastleigh to have a town council, to give it a separate voice in the face of hostile development through Eastleigh Borough Council's missing local plan. I completely support the government's Great Devolution programme, which does exactly that. It empowers communities.
I want to speak today about the most local form of government, parish councils. Across England, there is a patchwork of 9,000 parish councils, each offering the closest form of representation in our democracy. Serving on these parishes are 80,000 councillors, some elected, some unopposed, and some co-opted. However, a strong part of ensuring that localism and devolution agenda really works locally for people is ensuring that the councils and councillors are ready to receive these new powers. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to ensure that parish councils are truly representative. Representatives should come forward to offer a mix of talent, experience and to have a varied background. But sadly, in many areas, it's brutally undermined by party politicisation of parishes, and this bill will seek to reverse this. Multi-hatting, where a councillor sits on a number of different councils, is not in itself a bad thing. Vertical multi-hatting, where a councillor is a parish and district councillor or parish and county councillor, helps foster good communication between these councils. However, I would like to draw the House's attention to the growing negative version of this, what I would like to call horizontal multi-hatting. This is where an individual sits on multiple parish councils. For example, there is a borough councillor in my constituency who sits both on Burswood Parish Council and West End Parish Council. The seat that this individual is taking up could have been filled by someone who genuinely wants to contribute to their own community, rather than purely to be a political placeholder. Somebody who's not just seeking to qualify by simply being within 3 miles of 1 or 2 boundaries. In these instances, it really is a case of keeping seats cold rather than keeping him warm? Or rather, is it just a question of spying on the other camp? It is very much my view that there should be a restriction on this kind of horizontal multi-hatting so people can get involved with their community and representation, and that political parties simply cannot block others from the community taking part. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is to highlight the concerning weakness around safeguarding around parish councils. Often, a parish council will have a single member of staff in the form of a part-time clerk, and often a parish council and its councillors will be heavily involved in the local community. Many occupations they'll be working within and being in the lifeblood of the parish council. 2 problems can arise from this. Firstly, a proper, effective safeguarding policy is difficult to maintain with limited staff time and often a rather informal approach to governance. Secondly, and very seriously indeed, instances brought to my attention in both my constituency and elsewhere, parish councillors have used their position to bypass safeguarding policies. I have heard reports that parish councils are using their position within their own communities and their status as a councillor in order to get inappropriate access to community places, for instance, local schools and community buildings. Clearly, it is very important that when we discuss these matters, we must balance the real need for good safeguarding with the right to run and stand in a local election. However, I believe this balance can be rightly struck by requiring all council candidates to be DBS checked as a first step to being nominated for an election. We also need to ensure that the best practice for safeguarding is instilled right down to our parish councils and right across the country. That will include effective tracking and logging of potential interactions between councillors while performing their duties, such as surgeries, particularly where vulnerable members of society will be approaching people for assistance by virtue of their councillor status. This, of course, will mean more training and focus for parish councillors. And Madam Deputy Speaker, moving finally on to the final part of my bill, as we push power downwards to local communities, we also must provide those communities with access to outstanding training as their local representatives. In my discussion with the area branch of the National Association of Local Councils, NALC, they have given me wonderful examples of effective and comprehensive parish council training packages which can and must be implemented. I was particularly pleased to see Hampshire NALC under the brilliant councillor Colin Mercer, a councillor in Botley, who's ensuring exactly this kind of work is done for our new councillors. NOUT have also provided me with a copy of their handbook, which they say is the most requested publication that they write. This handbook points out the way for to do national standard of training for our parish councillors, and is clearly where when we are giving more power and more responsibility and more discretion to parish councils, we need to fully understand their role in localism and the devolution agenda. I am sure colleagues will sympathise with the feeling of having been elected and suddenly told to just get on with it. Well, that is clearly not good enough. In planning for finance, for project management, for procurement, for key contracts and for challenging the complex issues which keep a vibrant community alive, those people making those decisions must have the best possible position to decide those outcomes. And I think we need to look at a more effective system of oversight for our parish councils, and also to give them the confidence in that good decision making. I want to make it absolutely clear, from my experience as a parish councillor and as an MP, the vast majority of our parishes are doing a fantastic job of representing their communities and working hard within it. However, in a tiny minority of cases where things go wrong, we need to make sure that someone is there to properly scrutinise and learn lessons, whether it is through expanding the remit of the Ombudsman or bringing in a clear and stronger code of conduct review, or indeed through standards boards. Once again, we need to be able to tackle this issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, fundamentally my own experience and my own political outlook means that I firmly believe in giving more power to local communities. Where we debate in here, in this grand chamber and even grander building, it is worth remembering that people across the country this evening and across the week will be putting on their coats and walking up to their local village hall and sitting regularly in their community spaces, wanting to make their communities better and their local areas a little bit better. I believe these measures will assist those councillors and will make our parishes work better, so they can continue to serve their residents fully and even more confidently.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in her bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Scott Mann, Will Ragg, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, John Howe, Amanda Soloway, Antoinette Sambach, Lucy Allen and myself.
Mims Davis.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, very good. Very good. Professionally done, personally. Yeah. You've been trained. Yeah, absolutely. Very good. Yeah.
Parish Council Governance Principles of Public Life Bill.
Second reading what day?
12th of May.
12th of May. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Finance number 2 Bill, second reading.
Now.
The amendment has been selected. Minister to move second reading. Jane Ellison.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the bill will now be read a second time. This government has long demonstrated that it can deliver a stronger, more secure economy. We see the economy demonstrating robust growth, the employment rate is at a record high, and the deficit has been brought down by almost 2/3 since its pre-financial crisis peak. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're in a much stronger position now than we were in 2010, but there is no room for complacency. Indeed, as we begin the formal process of exiting the European Union, we have an even greater incentive to provide a strong and stable platform for the future. Both the debt and deficit are still too high, so we remain focused on getting the public finances in order, not continuing to endlessly borrow and jeopardise future generations, as some would have us do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll just get a little bit further in and I'll happily give way. Before setting out the contents of this bill in more detail, I should of course refer to the fact that the Prime Minister has today announced her intention to lay before this House a motion calling for an early general election. And earlier today, members should be paying more attention. Earlier today, the Leader of the House updated honourable and right honourable members on how that motion, if it's passed, will impact the business of the House, and we hope to hold constructive discussions with the opposition through the usual channels on how this bill will proceed. Good to hear the opposition front bench are here to help. So returning to the matter in front of us, and I'll just lay out, if I can, the themes of the bill, and then I'll come to the honourable gentleman with his intervention. Returning to the matters in front of us, we are very clear that our taxes and the system underpinning them need to be fair, competitive, and critically they must be paid. This finance bill will take the next steps in helping to deliver a fairer and more sustainable tax system, one that can support our critical public services and get the country back to living within its means. This bill implements changes which respond to the challenges that our tax system and indeed our society faces. This bill delivers on intergenerational fairness by tackling inequality of health outcomes across and within age groups. This bill delivers changes that better reflect the different ways in which individuals choose to work, enabling people to earn money and create wealth, whatever their chosen business structure, but at the same time ensuring these choices are not distorted. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill delivers vital revenues to put our public finances on a sustainable footing and secure the future of public services that we all value, and helping to further bring down the deficit. I'm going to give way here first, then I'll come to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Will she confirm that the OBR report which accompanied the last budget, compared to the OBR report for last year's budget, downgrades growth forecast for each year in the forecasting period?
Well, I think, I don't know if the honourable gentleman was in the House earlier today, but in fact the most recent statement we got on a growth forecast from the IMF today saw it actually upgraded, and I think that we see that all the economic indicators are pointing to robust growth despite the acknowledged challenges of the negotiating period ahead. Would the honourable gentleman like to come in?
I do thank the Minister. In the interest of the more consensual period we might be in the run-up to prorogation, as we try and work out what remains in the bill, could she just tell the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister could tell the House where the £2 billion per annum the non-raising of the national insurance contribution is going to come from, if she is so wedded to balancing the books?
Well, the Chancellor was clear at the time that in the statements that we've made about the budget and subsequent decisions that we're looking to balance the budgets across the period. Clearly, if we're going into a general election campaign, that we will have more to say about that in the manifesto, and we will lay that out there. This isn't the place for that. But there are measures. There are measures in this bill, though, that are immediately and openly about revenue raising, and we will come to some of those. And the Chancellor was very direct about that when he announced the budget, and indeed at the time of the autumn statement as well. Let me begin, if I can, by just saying a bit about what the government has done to support fairness between generations. It's a central priority for this government that everyone should have access to our NHS when they need it, and that everyone should enjoy security and dignity in old age. And that's why at the spring budget we announced an additional £2 billion, as just been referred to, in funding for adult social care. This means that councils in England will have access in total to £9.25 billion more dedicated funding for social care over the next 3 years as a result of changes introduced by this government since 2015. And on top of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the last two fiscal events, we've done much to help build a better future for our younger generation. By helping people save more of the money they earn, by investing in education and skills, a key theme of the autumn statement and of the budget, and by building more affordable homes. Finance Bill 2017 will build on this work, in particular by helping to tackle childhood obesity and deliver a healthier future for our children. Yes, of course.
Have shown that the youngest people in our society, those aged 22 to 29 that are working, are earning less than previous 22 to 29-year-olds have ever earned, or certainly earned in recent times. They're also less likely to own a home, more likely to rent. They are disadvantaged in comparison to previous generations. What is she doing to ensure that this stops, is reversed now?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've just talked about some of the things we're doing. I mean, some of these are long-term trends which need to be addressed through things like investing in people's skill levels. Ultimately, if we want to be a low-welfare, high-wage, high-skill economy, we need to invest in people right from the earliest days. And the Skills that was unveiled recently, I think is looking to make that generational step change to ensure that people can get high-skilled, well-paid jobs. But in terms of things like affordable housing, that's exactly what we're talking about. We acknowledge that there are challenges there for younger people, and indeed we're looking to address those. Let me talk, though, about this issue around childhood obesity, one close to my heart as a former public health minister. The UK has one of the highest obesity rates amongst developed countries, with soft drinks still one of the biggest children's diets, and it's not only costs the productivity of our economy, but also the public purse, and indeed for individuals there's a great cost too. The direct cost to the NHS of treating ill health due to overweight and obesity total over £6 billion a year. This bill will legislate for a new soft drinks industry levy to encourage producers to reduce added sugar in their drinks. Let me just finish the piece, if I can, on the levy, and then, of course, I'll give way. And the levy is working already. We've seen reformulation announcements from Tesco, from the makers of Lucozade and Ribena, and, of course, from AG Bar relatively recently as well. And I've had discussions with a number of those companies over recent months and understand the effort and investment they're making into changing their product and portfolio mix. Even though revenues will be lower as a result of the earlier than expected reformulation, unusually, we welcome in that sense the predicted revenues being lower because the policy is working early, but we will maintain the full £1 billion funding given to the Department for Education during the Parliament that we've pledged to do. And it's further evidence of the government being committed to tackling childhood obesity, just part of a programme of work carrying on across government departments to deliver fairer outcomes for future generations.
For giving way. Madam Deputy Speaker, Cancer Research UK ambassadors like my constituent Sue Spencer have helped highlight that obesity is the second largest risk for cancer after smoking. So can I welcome what the Minister has said about the provisions in this bill for a soft drinks levy, but can I also ask her to confirm that these measures will be part of a package of measures to tackle childhood obesity, including measures to help parents protect their children from junk food advertising, and also steps to tackle high-sugar milk-based drinks, which are at present excluded from this bill?
Well, obviously, she tempts me to talk about a subject that's very close to my heart from a previous portfolio. But clearly, for the most part, this is a Department of Health lead. But clearly, we're committed right across government to tackling this. And if I can just take one aspect, talking about, she mentioned other products not in the scope of the levy. There is a very ambitious programme of work that Public Health England is leading, working very closely with manufacturers, setting ambitious targets, and that programme of work is well underway. And actually, if you look at the progress that this country made on salt reduction, which is a world-leading programme, all of that was actually done through this close working, being ambitious and pushing industry. So I think that alongside the levy, which has certainly turbocharged that work, I think is a very substantial element in the plans. And obviously the Department of Health is doing other things too, in particular working with schools, and with the money that will come from the levy, there is obviously more that can be done in that regard. Let me turn to another theme of the finance bill, which is something that we've talked about as a strategic challenge for not just for this country actually, but for other many developed countries, and that's the different ways in which people are working now. This bill takes important steps within the tax system to adjust to and reflect the changing ways in which people choose to work. For example, individuals who work through a company currently pay significantly less tax than individuals who are self-employed or who work as employees. And this is true even in many cases where these individuals are doing very similar work. Indeed, the Office for Budget Responsibility has estimated that the faster growth of new incorporations compared to the growth of employment will reduce tax receipts by an additional £3.5 billion in 2021-22. So this government is committed to helping all businesses, large and small, in all parts of the UK to succeed. But we are clear that the tax system must ensure fair treatment between individuals working in different ways. And of course, the system must be sustainable. So this finance bill will take some initial steps to help address this issue and deliver a tax system that is fair and works for everyone. First, the off-payroll working rules will be amended for public sector engagements, with the responsibility for administering the relevant tax rules moving to the body that the individual is working for. And this change is to help tackle widespread non-compliance with the current rules, which currently cost more than £700 million each year across the economy. Second, the Finance Bill will reduce the dividend allowance from £5,000 to £2,000 from April 2018, and this change will help to reduce the tax differential between individuals working through their own company and those working as employees and self-employed. And crucially, it will raise much needed revenue to invest in our public services, including adult social care, as the Chancellor explained at the budget. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to assure honourable and right honourable members that there will still be a healthy environment for investors. The allowances this government has introduced or raised mean that a general investor will still be able to invest around £50,000 without paying any tax on the resulting dividend income. For example, we've increased the amount that individuals can save or invest tax-free through an ISA by the largest ever amount, up to £20,000 this tax year. This and other allowances mean that 80% of all general investors will still pay no dividend tax on their investments. As I've set out, this change will help address the rising cost of the public finances of the growth in incorporation, and it's in that context that the change to the dividend allowance should be considered. Moving on, Madam Deputy Speaker, Finance Bill 2017 will further modernise the tax system by legislating for making tax digital. For just as taxation must adjust to the world around it, so must the administration of the tax system. And with millions of businesses already banking, paying bills and buying services online, making tax digital is a natural extension of this reality. The Government has brought large swathes of government services into the digital age, including within the tax system, and we need to go on to complete that journey. And businesses will feel the benefit too, helping them to get their tax right first time and cutting down on excessive administrative burdens over the long term. Simultaneously, if I could just finish this point, simultaneously making tax digital will help to tackle the tax gap, with error alone costing the Exchequer £8.7 billion in 2014-15.
Samuel Wilson.
However, that all of the studies which have been conducted so far have indicated that this will present an additional cost burden to small businesses who will have to give returns 4 times a year, and that in many parts of the country, small businesses don't even have good access to the digital economy to make the returns. Good point.
With regard to the latter point, I looked at this matter in some detail recently, and I think in terms of what would be required of people in terms of digital uploading of data, actually the vast majority, in the high 90% of the country, have access to the right speed of broadband. So this is something I have looked at in some detail. I mean, with regard to the change for some of the smallest businesses, I mean, we don't recognise some of the figures that have been put out into the public domain by some representative bodies. The Treasury has done its own analysis and published that, including the methodology behind it. But we do acknowledge that this would be a big change for the smallest businesses, for those particularly below the VAT threshold, and that's why the Chancellor announced the plans to defer those businesses coming into the system for an additional year, which will mean that, given the pilot has now started, that will mean that the system will be piloted for 2 years before some of those smaller businesses enter it. But we can't sustain the level of error and the size of the tax gap that occurs in SMEs over the long term. We need to move towards tackling it, and we also need, if you look around the world, various developed countries are increasingly digitising their tax system, and there are real long-term benefits to business as well as that, although I accept there might be challenges during the transition, which we will seek to support people through, of course.
I'm grateful to her, and I fully accept the need to tackle the tax gap, but if the advantages for the very smallest businesses are as she cites, would she be willing to look at allowing them to choose to opt in and not make it compulsory for those with very low levels of turnover, perhaps for 5 years, so they can see how the system works completely?
Well, we've already announced that my right honourable friend the Chancellor announced that those with a turnover below the VAT registration threshold will have an additional year until April 2019 before digital record keeping quarterly updates are made mandatory. I'm sure we're going to debate this issue in a little bit more detail, so I won't be drawn too much into the detail now. Suffice to say that some of the alternative proposals that are advanced just simply do not tackle this issue around the level of error and the tax gap. And we do need to address that because it is part of the general challenge we face around the sustainability of the tax base. We believe this change will benefit over 3 million small businesses across the UK, the vast majority of whom are conducting their banking online, etc. So this is something we are going very much with the flow of where society is going. But as I say, we have a package of support that we've been very clear about that would be there for the smallest businesses, and we'll have a chance to perhaps explore that a little bit more depending on how much time we get to debate the bill over the coming days. HMRC will ensure that business needs are best met by learning from the ongoing pilot phase, which, as I say, will now be longer for the smallest businesses. We want to make sure that at operational level these much needed reforms are implemented smoothly. I've talked about how this bill supports the health of the next generation. I've talked about how it can help us adapt our tax system to the modern realities of working life. But also we want to talk about how we can create a fair and more sustainable tax base to raise much needed revenue in the process. As I've outlined, this government remains committed to its fiscal mandate of reducing the deficit. That's why, for example, the government took the difficult decision at the autumn statement to increase the standard rate of insurance premium tax from 10% to 12%, raising vital revenues required to support public services. And the Chancellor was very direct in how he presented that in terms of laying out the need to raise additional revenue. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've already outlined, the government's clear that taxes need to be fair. They should be competitive, and this is particularly important as we go into this critical next phase of the negotiations as we exit the EU. We need to make sure that our economy retains its competitive edge, remains an attractive place for people to both start businesses but also to attract ongoing inward investment, and we've seen some excellent decisions in that regard in recent months. But of course, taxes do need to be paid. And it should go without saying, but it remains the case that although we have one of the lowest tax gaps in the developed world, and certainly we are, I would say, one of the most transparent countries about how we measure and report on it, we do want to tackle tax avoidance at all levels in order to ensure that everyone, no matter who they are, big business, small business, individuals, to make sure that people pay the right amount of tax at the right time. And so this finance bill will take further action to make sure we get the tax revenues that are due by continuing the government's work to tackle tax avoidance and evasion. It's an area where we already have a strong track record. If you look at the record, Madam Deputy Speaker, since 2010, HMRC has secured around £140 billion in additional tax revenue as a result of tackling avoidance, evasion and non-compliance. I think in terms of international leadership, the UK has shown that it's at the forefront of many of the international discussions about tackling these issues, and indeed some of the most thorny issues that we face in terms of avoidance and evasion, particularly where they involve complex multinational structures and businesses, can only be tackled in international fora. And we've worked closely through the OECD and other international bodies, and will continue to do so and continue to lead in those discussions as we tackle them. But Finance Bill 2017 will now build on this work by introducing over 10 policies which are forecast to raise over £5.5 billion by 2021-22. First, the government will update the rules around how companies claim tax deductions for interest expenses and losses. From April 2017, this month, large businesses will no longer be able to reduce their UK taxable profits by deducting a disproportionate amount of interest expense in the UK. Nor will they be able to offset all their tax liability with past losses in years when they make substantial profits. Taken together, these measures will raise nearly £7 billion from large companies over the next 5 years. Secondly, the bill will continue the government's crackdown on the use of artificial disguise remuneration schemes by putting beyond doubt the existing rules and introducing a new charge on outstanding loans from the 5th of April 2019. These changes will ensure that scheme users pay their fair share of tax and will bring in £2.5 billion by 2020-21. Thirdly, in order to deter those who gain financially from enabling tax avoiders, the government will introduce a new penalty for those who enable the use of tax avoidance schemes that are later defeated by HMRC. This is an area in which we've worked closely, and I think an area where policy development has benefited from a real focus on quality tax policy making. We've worked closely with representative bodies to ensure that all people working within the spirit of their professional guidelines have nothing to fear from these new rules. But I do think it's really important that we actually do tackle the enablers. I think we all as constituency members of Parliament have probably heard from people who feel that they were given advice that they was later revealed to have been very poor advice, but we haven't had a system where those people who enabled the tax avoidance have actually we've been able to pursue them in the way that we wanted to, and that can't be right. So the provisions in this bill will mean that enablers of abusive arrangements can be held accountable for their activities, whilst ensuring, as I say, that the vast majority of professionals who provide advice on genuine commercial arrangements will not be impacted. And finally, in this area, Finance Bill 2017 will bring an end to a long-standing imbalance in the tax system by abolishing permanent non-dom status, and this will raise £400 million each year by the end of this Parliament. So as a package, these measures will ensure that our tax system remains fundamentally fair and that people and businesses pay the taxes they owe. And the reasons that we've said that, it's not just that it's important to sustain the tax base, it's important for the revenue we need for vital public services, but it's also important, I think we all know, that people feel a sense that everyone is contributing as they should be and that we're asking everyone to work within the rules. I think that the quid pro quo for having a competitive and fair tax system is that taxes should be paid. In conclusion, therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Finance Bill before us today will help deliver a fairer and more sustainable tax system, one fit for the digital age and responsive to the different ways in which people choose to work. It will continue our work to tackle tax avoidance and evasion, helping to deliver improvements to the nation's finances and pay for critical public services, and by taking a significant step to address the issue of childhood obesity, delivering a better future for our younger generation. This is a bill that delivers upon the government's plan for Britain, a stronger economy and a fairer society, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, there was plausibility through every sentence in the Minister's speech. Plausibility run riot, but plausibility I don't accept. But here we are. Who would have thought we would be here in a chamber packed out, full of scintillating debate, on the day of a general election being called? I think not. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, we has passed since the Chancellor's shambolic budget U-turn. Today, the Prime Minister has announced a U-turn in relation to the general election. We all thought the lady was not for turning, as she led us to believe on at least 7 occasions, and of course we were wrong. Now, as apparently, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister didn't want one, and clearly in the last few days she's had some Damascene conversion. She's had some Damascene conversion to democracy, apparently. What we had is we had the Brexit referendum last year, which gave authority to push on with Brexit, and we now find that the Prime Minister says that she wants even more authority. Well, I thought we've been getting the Brexit vote pushed on us time after time, and clearly that has not been enough. I don't know whether the Prime Minister is feeling slightly insecure, possibly. I really don't know. But there we are where we are. As the Finance Bill is a product of the budget,
it's only right that we start this debate by offering a reminder of its contents. The budget continued, notwithstanding what the Minister said, the government's programme of tax cuts for multinational corporations and the super-rich. By the end of 2021, they would have received £70 billion worth of tax breaks paid for by those on middle and low incomes, and of course the self-employed. As a fact, there they are in the OBR's figures, the government's figures. That's the fact. The budget, however, failed to adequately address the social care crisis, which is now seeing 900 adult social workers in England leave the profession every day, and goodness knows how many GPs getting their pension statements ready for moving on as well. And it also did little to support small and medium-sized business owners, who are the lifeblood of this economy and who are increasingly feeling the pressure as the economy slows and inflation rises. And more importantly, this budget demonstrated that this government is willing to break its manifesto commitments at the drop of a hat. Despite the Chancellor's bravado, the government's economic ineptitude after 7 years is clear for all to see. His government has presided over the slowest recovery since the 1920s, with growth and average earnings downgraded yet again. The Chief Secretary said in his budget speech that his government, quote, does not believe in spending and promising what they can not deliver. And I agree that this is an important barometer to judge the government's record. So let's look at what the government has promised over the last 7 years and what it has actually delivered. When coming to power, the Conservatives committed to balance the books by 2015, a Conservative broken promise. They said it would be pushed back to 2019-20, another Conservative broken promise. Instead, by 2020, they plan to be borrowing an eye-watering £21.4 billion. And since 2010, 10 out of the 14, that's 10 out of the 14 government's budget and autumn statements have seen an increase in forecast borrowing. This government's record on borrowing has seen missed target after missed target, with constant upward revisions. The government pledged that debt as a percentage of GDP would start to fall in 2015. Instead, it continues to grow, another Conservative broken promise. On growth, the government's record has been one of epic failure. The OBR has now revised down economic growth for 2016 and 18 and every remaining year of the Parliament, notwithstanding the comments made before about the OECD. And in fact, while British people wait to see any benefits growth, it seems the reality is that the only growth they can expect to see is the size of the government's finance bills. This is a whopper, coming in at 762 pages, longer than any previous finance bill, and one of the largest pieces of legislation ever presented to this House. 762 pages, hardly riveting reading, I have to say, as well. Every single syllable of it, several times. And in those hundreds of pages, Madam Deputy Speaker, you will search long and hard for anything that helps ordinary taxpayers. Instead, it is replete with ever more complex giveaways to corporations and the super-rich. But even those hundreds of pages are not enough for this government's giveaways to the rich. This mammoth bill, because it is a mammoth bill, will be supplemented by unprecedented numbers of statutory instruments on the back of the Treasury's already unheard of use of SIs. 90 last session and 88 already in this session. It makes these referred to as Henry VIII legislation or edicts. It looks like him look like a committed parliamentarian. So leaving aside the growth in the size of the legislation, which is matched only by the growth in Conservative broken promises, is this government doing anything to deliver growth that benefits the average household? The Chancellor has consistently pledged action to tackle the UK's productivity gap, but under this government, the UK's productivity gap with the G7 has grown by a fifth, to the largest gap since 1991. The Conservatives were in government at that point as well. This government has done little to tackle the scandal of chronic low pay and insecure work. Despite falling unemployment, workers are currently suffering the worst decade of pay in 70 years. Rising inflation is now outstripping wage growth, and according to the Resolution Foundation, real-term pay is now falling for around 40% of the UK workforce. The government's promise of a £9 national living wage has been consistently revised down, first to £8.80 and now again to £8.75, while rising inflation sees the cost of living for everyone going up. So it's clear that when it comes to introducing a wage that working people can live on, only a Labour government will deliver. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, this finance bill does little to address the crisis in living standards which many of our constituents are currently feeling, nor does it offer support for small and medium-sized businesses that are facing rising costs and a lack of investment due to the government's hard Brexit strategy. If you can call it a strategy, I will give way.
Well, for Bootle is making some very interesting points. They just, forgive me, but they seem to be contrary to the facts as I see them, because I see businesses coming to Britain, I see investment moving to Britain, I see opportunity starting in Britain, and all this seems to run contrary to his argument, and I wonder whether he'd like to address why international businesses see Britain as a land of opportunity and growth when he so clearly doesn't.
Yeah. Well, I suggest that the honourable member should take his rose-tinted spectacles off. Is that what he sees? We're all aware that the only Conservative idea for the future shape of a post-Brexit economy is to turn our once pride-worthy economy into a bargain basement tax haven. That's what the opposite side want. While we've had 7 years of slogans from this government, whilst we are still more than only on a fag packet worth of evidence for the government's negotiations for Europe. They are non-existent. They've been non-existent for 2-3 years since the announcement for the referendum. Other than the preparation to sell us down the river to tax avoiders and dodgy dealers across the globe, we will hear the government make great claims of tackling tax avoidance in this finance bill. We've already had it from the Minister, but it's a charter for tax avoiders and no amount of smokescreen and bluff can hide it. The Chancellor wants us to believe that measures to bring some non-DOMs into tax will really tackle the problem. But again and again throughout the bill we see measures preserving non-DOM special status and privileging this group above domiciled taxpayers. Even their headline deeming measure is undermined because they have chosen to preserve the non-DOM status of offshore trusts. How on earth is this going to get any more taxes paid when non-DOMs were forewarned that they could just hide their money in a trust and still keep it beyond the revenue's grasp? When is closing a loophole not closing a loophole? When it's hidden in a magic spreadsheet. So this bill also fails to introduce any meaningful measures that would tackle tax avoidance and tax evasion, which even this government admits costs at least £36 billion a year. In short, this finance bill continues to push our country towards a low-tax and low-pay economy, where a small minority of the rich can get wealthier at the expense of everybody else. Yes.
The honourable gentleman for giving way, and I would love this to be a low-tax economy, but is he aware that tax as a percentage of GDP is going to be at the highest level since Harold Wilson was Prime Minister?
Well, I'm grateful for the honourable member bringing that to my attention, but let me put it like this. If we had a Labour government, it would be even higher. The finance bill does nothing to fund the NHS, which is facing its worst crisis, and as the former Secretary of State for Health, Lord Lansley, said, the government planned for 5 years of austerity, but having 10 years was neither planned for or expected, and that came from a man who wasted £3 billion on a top-down reorganisation of the NHS. By underfunding and overstretching the NHS, the Tories have pushed health services to the brink, and that must be in everybody's postbag. Yes.
Honourable member to give way again, but as he brings up the NHS, I feel it only right that we should ask, how's Labour doing on the NHS? And of course we have to look to one particular place, Wales, to see how they're doing. Not well is the answer. The statistics from Wales and the NHS in Wales are that treatment is poorer, that waiting lists are longer and people are less satisfied than they are in England or indeed in Scotland, where the SNP sadly has been delivering worse results as well.
Can I bring the honourable member's attention to waiting lists in England estimated at 3.8 million people waiting for treatment. 3.8 million people. I suggest the honourable member is more concerned about the 3.8 million people in England than in Wales.
I just wonder if my honourable friend thinks it's remotely credible that a Tory MP on the eve of a general election can think he can boast about the NHS. If there's one thing for certain when we go into this election, it's going to be people will know who they can trust on the NHS.
My honourable friend is completely right on this particular thing, and I would look forward, any of the members opposite who want to send me their manifesto in relation to the NHS, I'd be happy to look them through, and in fact I might get even more votes if I put them through the door of my constituency, as a matter of fact. The Finance Bill does nothing to help fund the NHS. It's as simple as that. And by underfunding and overstretching the NHS, the Tories have pushed health services to the brink. The number of NHS beds has been cut by 10% since they came into government, seeing as though the issue has been raised. GP recruitment numbers are at an all-time low and more moving out of practice. Community pharmacy funding has been savagely cut back, in some instances by as much as 20%. And as a result, as many as 3,000 pharmacies face closure in rural and urban communities alike. It's not the best record on the NHS. Simple as that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And of course, on that continuum, I'm more than happy to.
I accept what the member has said about the difficulties which the NHS is facing. However, since he described in an earlier part of the speech borrowing as being eye-wateringly high, how would he propose to fund the gap which is required to increase standards in the NHS?
Well, I referred earlier on, for example, to the £70 billion, I believe, that this government have given away to corporations. That would be a start. That would be a start, and I welcome the honourable member's support for that in the next Parliament. We've seen £4.6 billion cut from social care budgets linked in with the NHS on that continuum, while the Chancellor has only pledged to return £2 billion over the next 3 years, £1 billion for the year 2017-18 and £500 million a year for the 2 years that follow that. This is half of what the King's Fund has estimated the social care sector needs today, not next year, but today. And it's a Conservative broken promise, another one. And missed targets are pushing the NHS and social care into further crisis, and the government are behaving like an ostrich in this regard. It is coming home to bite. Turning to small and medium-sized businesses. Small and medium-sized businesses are contributing more to the British economy than at any other time. According to forecasts, SMEs will contribute £217 billion to the UK economy by 2020. And yet this finance bill does little to meet the growing concerns many business owners have. The business rate system continues to be rigged in favour of giveaways for big corporations at the expense of SMEs. Question is, how can it be right that a leading supermarket will see its business rate bill at its biggest stores fall by £105 million, while independent shopkeepers struggle with a cliff-edge hike in their rates? Fact today. The system needs to be fairer and more weighted in favour of SMEs, which is why a Labour government would bring in a package of reforms to ease the burdens of business rates. Rising business rates and rising inflation is creating a perfect storm for SMEs. Small business inflation has risen to its highest point in 8 years, with basic costs soaring by 3.2% last year. SME costs are predicted to go up by £6.8 billion by the end of this year alone, all while the Conservatives continue to look the other way and are in complete denial about this. I will.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman giving way. Does he, in that spirit, does he welcome
the additional funding of £20 to £25 million a year to support some businesses that no longer receive small business rate relief after the revaluation?
Of course I welcome that figure. Of course I welcome that figure. But the question that the Honourable Lady has to ask herself, they shouldn't have been put in that position in the first place. That's the fact of the matter is, and it's a bit too little, too late. So 20 million, fine, and I agree with that. I accept that. These small businesses need all the support they can get because these are jobs, these are people in jobs, they're businesses that they've worked hard to grow and nurture, and there's a danger of them going out of business because of government policies. Yes.
Given that the larger stores have weathered the recession much better than the small businesses which he's referring to, would he give any consideration to the policy which has been introduced in Northern Ireland, where larger stores have a 15% premium on their rates in order to finance some of the reliefs for the smaller businesses in town centres?
As far as I'm concerned, the honourable member, if this was coming from the government side, I'd say I'd listen to the representations, and of course we listen to any representation, so to speak, which would help small businesses. The decision in the Finance Bill in relation to alcohol duty, moving on to that one, will only further undermine our local pubs that are already under threat, with 29 pubs closing every week. While we welcome plans to introduce the digitalisation of tax, the government plans will shift huge administrative burdens onto small businesses and the self-employed who are just trying to pay the taxes they owe. So much for the party of small business. There is no reason why they should have to submit quarterly digital tax returns, particularly when they lack the time, the resources and capacity to convert records to digital standards on a more frequent basis, all when they're under stress in relation to business rates as well. That is why we support the Treasury Select Committee's view and the view of small business owners and the self-employed that it is better to exempt the smallest taxpayers from quarterly reporting and phase in digitalisation of tax to ensure that implementation is right for all, rather than the Conservative Party wasting taxpayers' money and time correcting mistakes further down the line. Tax digitalisation will also place new burdens on HMRC. And we know that HMRC is already teetering on the edge after the constant slashing of its resources over the last few years. Thousands of hard-working staff already dismissed, taxpayers waiting on the line for hours, costing far more than the cuts have saved, and the closure of dozens of tax offices across the country still to come, in my own constituency alone, putting thousands of jobs at risk. How will HMRC cope with the ever-increasing complexity of its responsibilities with just a skeleton staff remaining? How will any of the, quote, reduction in errors expected from tax digitalisation actually come about? And where there are no tax inspectors left to help taxpayers get their returns right, how will we ever close the tax gap when HMRC has been filched of the resources it needs to run a service? It is a total false economy.
Sorry, I'm going to rise to defend HMRC. It's the most outrageous attack on the hard-working men and women of HMRC, what the Shadow Minister just said. Far from people hanging on hours on the phone and various other exaggerations that we just heard, I suggest he looks at the publicly available figures about HMRC performance in a whole range of areas, which will see that what he said is very far from the truth. And actually, the performance has been excellent over recent years in many areas, not least the £140 billion extra money raised since 2010 on avoidance and evasion.
Yeah, well said.
Well, I think the attempt at plausibility yet again has gone amiss. The reality is we are contacted constantly by people in HMRC, not the people on the front line. They were doing a damn fine job. They're doing a great job. Thousands of them in my constituency. So the idea that I would attack people, thousands of people in my constituency, is completely nonsense. It is completely nonsense. They are struggling, Mr. Deputy Speaker, against the odds stacked against them by this government. That's the reality. The odds are being stacked against staff in HMRC by this government. Mr Speaker, the Finance Bill is a failure before it has even started. It's a busted flush. The Minister referred earlier to helping homeowners, for example. And I think what the government should do is that if the government is setting aside resources to help home owners, like Life ISAs, for example, it should also be tackling the threat to the stability of the housing market, for example, by organisations such as Bellway, which through the leasehold provisions that it is effectively tying people in to their homes. It's an absolute scandal, it's an absolute outrage, and the housing market is in danger if those sort of scams are allowed to continue. So if we are going to deal with issues around the housing market, which the government quite rightly are putting in resources to fund, I think that they should be pulling those organisations in, getting a grip of them, and tell them to stop ripping off the people who bought houses off them. This bill makes small and medium income payers, small income taxpayers, small business, the self-employed all pay the bill for the endless stream of tax cuts for corporations and the super rich. This bill takes no serious action to tackle tax avoidance, putting in place get-outs and workarounds that it means it's just another smokescreen. This bill... Yes.
For the honourable gentleman giving way. Does the honourable gentleman accept that this bill follows on from a government which has increased the number of people in employment significantly, such that earlier this year in my constituency in South East Cambridgeshire there were only 370 people who were unemployed?
Yes.
Well, 1 million of the people in employment now are on 0 hours contracts. They're in insecure work. Millions of people in insecure work. So, of course, I welcome employment, but it's got to be secure, well-paid, reasonable, sensible employment that people can sustain their families in. And under this government, I'm afraid for millions of people, that is a reality. They are unable to sustain an ordinary life with the wages that they're getting.
Extremely generous in giving way. Does he not understand, forgive me, that his pledge to increase taxes further would run directly contrary to his hope for better employment? Increasing taxes, increasing the burden of the state on companies around our country would see employment fall, not rise. It would see welfare cases rise, not fall. It would be generally bad for our entire economy.
Well, I don't know which speech he was listening to, but I didn't refer to raising taxes, and I think this is... No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I was asked the question, Mr Speaker, from one of the honourable members behind me as to how I pay, and I indicated, for example, for a start, corporations, huge amounts, £70 billion over a 5 to 6 year period plus, giving relief in effect to corporations, banking levy reductions, et al. That's the sort of starting point that we've actually got. As far as I'm concerned, as I said, this bill takes us no closer to knowing when the Conservatives will finally meet their target of closing the deficit, a series of failures that has led them to borrow more than any other government in history, and far more than every Labour government combined. That is the fact of the matter. In this short, I will give...
The honourable gentleman giving way. Can he tell us how much Labour would borrow in his plan?
Yes. Certainly less than you. In short, this bill is another Conservative broken promise, and I urge the House to refuse the bill its second reading.
We now come to Nigel Mills.
Thank you, Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak on this nice, brief and moderate bill. I suspect the bill that finally clears the House in the next couple of weeks will be a little bit thinner than this. I'm not sure I welcome the change to have it printed in one block rather than two. It kind of makes it feel really worse. But I think I would like to focus my speech on the
contents of the bill rather than trying to start the general election campaign that we don't technically have until tomorrow. But I'm sure I heard the honourable gentleman say that Labour wanted tax to be a higher percentage of GDP than the government currently has it. And I suspect if that is the Labour manifesto page, I think that will be appearing on lots of leaflets from candidates on this side of the House rather than probably his own, because the only real way of achieving that is to raise income tax, national insurance or VAT. I suspect none of those are going to be very popular with the electorate. On to the measures in this bill. I'll try and take them into some kind of order in line with the bill for some coherence. I think the first measure I'd like to just briefly mention is quite a moderate measure, but it's the measure that allows employers to provide pensions advice and associated advice like the impacts on their taxation bills to their employees, and allows them to that tax-free amount. That advice can be done tax-free now up to £500. I think actually when we do see real problems out there, people understanding how the pension system works, understanding how much they're going to have in their retirement, how much they need to save and how they should save it, any effort we can make to encourage people to take more advice and get good quality advice, the earlier the better, I think has to be the right thing. So I do welcome that increase in the tax relief from I think £150 to £500. And then that's moving on to clause 31, which is the interest restrictions for corporates, where going forward corporates will only be allowed to claim tax relief for interest up to 30% of their EBITDA. Now, before I came to this place, I spent many a year advising large corporates on their corporation tax bills and wrestled with the very many efforts we've taken to get the interest deduction we allow down to a sensible level. And I think there's well over half a dozen different anti-avoidance measures in terms of an allowable purpose, or the thin capitalisation rules, or the worldwide debt cap. So we have had all manner of attempts to get to the right answer. But what we always had as a policy from successive governments, both Conservative, Labour and Coalition, was we saw it as a competitive advantage to the UK to try and attract inward investment, to try and attract holding companies here by having a very generous interest deduction. So I think it's absolutely right that we recognise in the era where large multinational corporations have been gaming the global tax system to a ridiculous degree, that we can't allow our system to be exploited by excessive interest deductions, especially where those aren't even real commercial interest costs to the actual worldwide group. I think it absolutely makes sense for us to go in line with the global consensus of interest should be 30% of EBITDA. But I think we all, as a House, approve that, just to give some scrutiny to what the downside impact on how we attract international investment is. How many businesses here employing large numbers of high-skilled people are here for that interest deduction that we allow effectively on profits earned around the world, and what impact will it have on where they choose to locate in future? Now, I hope that impact is zero. I hope because we're such a great place to do business, a great place to employ people, people don't come here to chase very generous tax deductions. But I think this will be an interesting policy change to see how the impact of that works going forward. And I think those rules are probably quite complicated. I think there are some sensible exemptions for infrastructure investment. I think we do need to encourage private companies to invest in UK infrastructure. Actually, our regime isn't all that generous, given we don't give tax relief for large amounts of industrial buildings, which can be quite a large cost in infrastructure. So maybe we ought to be reforming those rules as well to make sure we have a competitive regime, that if you're a multinational company looking to invest in infrastructure, the UK is the place you want to do it, and not somewhere else for tax purposes. I welcome the deemed domicile rules that the Minister outlined. I think people out there who try and understand tax cannot understand why rich people can avoid tax because of where their father was born. And that is the strange historic system we've had since the colonial days. I think it should be absolutely clear that certainly if you're born here, you pay all UK taxes here, and if you've lived here for a long time, you should be paying the same taxes. I think the idea you can move here, live here for 40 years, or indeed be born here and avoid certain taxes, I think has been a ridiculous way of exploiting our tax regime, and I welcome we're making some steps to change them. Clause 71 on the soft drinks levy, and I've had some concerns and debates about this. I think I would absolutely welcome taxes on unhealthy activities. I think we have lots of taxes on alcohol and tobacco for very sensible reasons. And I can see where we have an obesity crisis. We should be looking to have, it's perfectly right to look at taxes on unhealthy foods and drinks. I would think we could have done a sugar tax that would make sense. I think what we should have, though, is consumers in the supermarket who look at the products they want to buy should be able to see something which says this product is so unhealthy for you, there is a tax on this, so you will pay more for it. That would be how we get the behavioural change. That someone walking down the aisles of a major supermarket could look and see full sugar cola, a can is 10p dearer than Diet Coke, and that's because it's unhealthy, therefore I'll buy the Diet Coke. That ought to apply to ridiculously sized portions of cakes or very bad for you sweets, or all those other things that we eat that are unhealthy. And perhaps we ought to try to structure a sales tax on unhealthy products to actually get the behavioural change that we want. And I know there are lots of reasons why the government have chosen to go down this route and target one particular product, but I think there is a real danger that the market for cola is so complicated that it may not actually the consumer may not know that this charge even exists. I happened to be in the supermarket over the weekend looking at the varying prices of colas. So I'm quoting Tesco. I should declare it as my wife works there, but there was no reason that it's my nearest supermarket. But I could buy a 2-litre bottle of Tesco's own cola for 55p, or one of Pepsi for £1.25, for £1.66, or two for £2.50 actually. Now, how you add a few pence a litre, I think it's 18p a litre we're adding, so how a consumer will know from those variations of prices, never mind all the promotions that come on, which one of those is the bad one and which one they should be avoiding is not entirely clear. If you look at prices for smaller quantities, a 600ml bottle of Pepsi's 99p, which is about the same actually as a 2-litre one. I mean, it's horribly complicated. I will do.
On that very point, on the issue of the soft drinks levy, does he not, I understand the argument that he's making, and he's making it very cogently, but does he not welcome the targeted nature of this fund, i.e. that the levy will go towards the Department for Education and help all of our children and all of our constituencies lead healthier lifestyles? Does he welcome that aspect if he has concerns about other aspects of it?
I absolutely welcome more funding to help children be healthy, more funding for sports. I especially welcome that the largest employer in my constituency, Thornton's, as part of the Frero Group, has a big funding they give to school sports. So absolutely, more funding for healthy activities for children has to be a good thing. I'm a little nervous about hypothecating taxes to individual spending, because there's a real risk if you start doing that with a very complicated tax system. It's a little bit give with one hand, take away with the other. So yes, I welcome the fact we're raising the spending on that. I wouldn't probably want to link it directly to a tax, but that's a...
My honourable friend, just to clarify, I mean, one of the reasons that the levy is a levy on producers is because we want to drive, as say, the reformulation. And drawing on sort of my previous role as Public Health Minister, I mean, every study that's ever been done across the world has shown that reformulating products at source is probably the #1 most effective way of helping people tackle obesity. And that's certainly, if you talk to the supermarkets and some of the producers I've been doing over many months now, that's also the message they're getting back from consumers, from their own research, that tackling the problem at source in terms of the formulas themselves is what people want to see.
So I absolutely agree that if you can change what people consume without them knowing, without them having to change their own behaviour, then we will get the calorie reductions that we want. If that's the argument, I'm a little intrigued as to why we go for soft drinks industry, which has produced a diet brand that uses no sugar and has no calories, and has innovated things like the new Coca-Cola Life, which has a reduced calories and reduced sugar from using different sugar. So I think there is a risk, I suspect, from that. The industries that have spent lots of money developing popular products and marketing them think, well, actually, I can do all that investment, spend all that money and still get clobbered by a levy, whereas other industries that don't do that don't get that levy. Maybe I just shouldn't invest and I'll run the risk. Now, I think we can debate this at great length. I think what we're trying to do here is absolutely right. The childhood obesity crisis is such that we have to take some measure. I accept this is a measure which targets something which contributes to that. All I'd say is I think as we develop this policy, well, I would like to see is us having a clear thing that consumers can see in the shop when they're buying, this is unhealthy, therefore it will cost you more. I think that would be a better way of getting the behavioural change and the change in diets that we need is likely to be more effective in the long run.
Just on that, I really appreciate the point he's making, and actually I have a lot of sympathy around the wider point he's making about reducing consumption of sugary food. I think it's really interesting, the point around making it obvious to people what they are, and I think if that could be done more widely, not just in relation to the soft drinks levy, but things like pasta sauces, for example, have got a huge amount of sugar in them, some of those things, and I think there's a lack of awareness there, and that's one of the biggest things that we can do to change behaviour, is increase awareness rather than necessarily increasing the cost on all of these things.
Yes, I agree with you, and actually probably the products we should be targeting, the ones that people think might be healthy when in reality they aren't. I buy a smoothie thinking that's got lots of fruit and it must be good for me, but it's actually quite high calorie as well. Now, it's not a bad thing to consume that fruit. I need to have it as part of a balanced diet. You could say there are certain milk drinks out there that are incredibly bad for you. I'm not entirely clear that the levy applies to those in that situation, but they may be worse for you than many soft drinks. So I think there is a whole range of products that, as I say, if we actually managed to structure a tax that went on something that is high in sugar or high in calorie, that may have been a way of getting to the outcome that we were after. I will.
Does the honourable member accept that, in the light of provisions in the legislation, that gives rise to a debate, a public debate, and therefore public awareness of the issues of sugars in drink that some people weren't aware of and now do know about?
I think having a broader debate to raise people's understanding that a Diet Coke a Diet Cola is much more healthier than a full sugar cola for most people, I think it is a helpful thing. I'm not sure how, as I say, I'm not sure how much debates in this place or taxes on producers will impact people's consumer decision when they're in the supermarket, which I mean is probably based on price, promotion and their personal preferences or historic buying habits. But certainly I think it's something the government was right to tackle. Perhaps I can move on to clause 108, which is on trying to tighten up the rules for VAT collection from fulfilment businesses, which I think absolutely has become one of those areas where, as globalisation has changed how people structure their business and how people buy things online, I think we have seen a big weakness there in how people can avoid paying VAT that's due in the UK. I mean, we have a very generous turnover threshold. Actually, most countries around Europe don't let you have your first 80,000 turnover VAT free. I think it's it's 83,000 now, isn't it? It's actually quite right that we do have that exemption, but we need to find ways of stopping people selling things on internet marketplaces, exploiting that. There is a big revenue leak there. It also makes it very hard for UK businesses who are resident here, who are trying to comply, actually to compete with those internet-based sales where people aren't charging VAT on products that they ought to be charging it on. So I think all the measures we can possibly take to make sure that anyone who is trading here and turns over more than 80,000 has to charge VAT on the things they sell has to be right, and I look forward to seeing how those measures work and seeing what more the government can do on those. On clause 120 on making tax digital, which the Minister and I had an exchange on earlier, I mean, I do accept actually that we have to make tax more digital than it already is. We have to get everybody filing returns online. And I can see why the government would want the information much earlier than they get it. And I think trying to take the errors out, that individuals and businesses don't want to make errors, they want to get their tax right. Now, I'm not sure how much we help when we add 782 pages of finance bill every year that you have to try and work out how to comply with. I think so. I think it's the right thing to try and do. I just worry that if we rush the very smallest businesses into this, we'll end up with the wrong outcome. So I accept that where a business is turning over more than 80,000, they're already filing their VAT quarterly probably. They're already doing monthly PAYE activities, presumably on a computer, and reporting those. They're doing the same thing for auto-enrolment. Actually, I think those businesses are probably already gathering just about in the right format all the information they need, and making these returns shouldn't be unduly onerous for them. So I think the advantages there do outweigh the downsides. Where I do worry we may end up with a perverse outcome is on a...
For my honourable friend for giving way. I think he's slightly glossing over the problems for businesses, because many businesses will actually be paying accountants to make the filings that they're already making, and this will be a further cost to those businesses and will bear down particularly heavy on smaller businesses.
Yes, and I was coming to that point for smaller businesses. I suspect businesses who are submitting VAT returns have already gathered all their sales data and all their invoice data, and they'll have to gather all their payroll data for their POE reports. I said that most of the stuff they need to do this reporting has already been gathered and looked at coherently. I think for the very small businesses that only do that once a year and employ an accountant to do it, there is a real risk that you go from having an annual return which has been prepared by a qualified person who has looked through the information and made it coherent and accurate. You swap that for a quarterly statement that the individual tries to do themselves, and you end up actually with much less accurate information being prepared than you used to have. I think that is something that we need to be actually very careful on, that we don't go from a relatively reliable annual thing to a really quite unreliable 4 times a year situation, and actually make the errors that HMRC have to look at worse than we intended. So I think that is the risk of people who think, I cannot afford or will not choose to pay an accountant to do this 4 times a year. I'll do it once a year, make sure I got it right. So that's why I think there is some merit in just thinking about how we phase this in for the very smallest businesses. Yeah, I think perhaps making the compulsory date a few years further away, but encouraging people to choose to opt in if they feel they can comply, so that they can get the advantages of knowing their tax bill on time and knowing it's right, and not getting a shock every year when they get the statement back from HMRC. I think there are some advantages, and I think if we sell this right, businesses will choose to sign up to it, and then the actual final compulsion after a few extra years perhaps won't be as big a shock as it is as others. I will go.
That if this is meant to do away with errors, give businesses an idea of what their tax payments are going to be, that there are end-of-year adjustments which are only done at the end of the year, stock, work in progress, depreciation, etc., which will impact on a firm's tax business. And if it is required that that is done once a quarter, then it does add significantly to the work which businesses have to do, and therefore to their costs.
Yes, I agree with him in that those annual adjustments you only have to make once. We need to think about how you do those if you move to a quarterly system. I think for a lot of very small businesses are on simplified accounting methods anyway, so maybe those issues won't apply to that extent. I think the Minister was just reminding me that the government have been trying to expand those simplified accounting measures to make it easier for small businesses. So I would hope that some of those issues aren't there. I mean, I think on the first finance bill I spoke on as a member of this House, one of my amendments was to suggest we move the corporation tax system much closer to the annual accounts that you submit, rather than having lots of different tax adjustments. I think that would be much clearer for business and would be a big cost saving. So maybe the more things we have, perhaps eventually I'll get to that dream I had nearly 7 years ago, but I'm not entirely optimistic on that situation. So, but I think, to be fair, we should welcome the fact the government have relaxed the timetable for businesses whose turnover is less than the VAT threshold. That is a welcome thing. I think it's been largely welcomed by most of the small businesses in my constituency who did have concerns on this issue. Perhaps while we're on corporation tax, and while I was talking about amendments I tabled to the first finance bill I served on, one of my other amendments was to allow groups to file one single corporation tax return for their whole group, rather than having to file ones for every individual entity and then make loads of complicated claims for how you move losses around the group. And I see what we have in this bill is we have restrictions on how much of your losses you can use that you brought forward from previous years, but we are actually allowing those losses now to be used right across the group rather than just in the entity that originally made that loss. Now, I think that is a welcome change. I would say that perhaps as we leave the EU and we can finally lay to bed all the worries we had about if we had to include all EU companies in a group tax return if we had one, because it would be discriminatory under EU law only to have UK ones, perhaps now is the time for us to look, as many other countries have, and allow groups of companies to file one tax return that shows the whole profit for their whole group and doesn't have to track every individual transaction between all the companies. And actually, I think that would help us tackle some tax avoidance schemes which have actually made play on transactions between different companies having different treatments. I think that would make it easier to comply, and it would help tackle avoidance. So I hope as we move through the Brexit process we can look at issues like that which we've found difficult before. I will.
Just on the point about corporation tax, would he agree that the cut in corporation tax from 19% to 17% in 2020 is only going to be good for the economy? We've seen that the previous cut actually produced an increase in revenue from corporation tax and sets Britain out as a favourable place for business and investment as we enter the next phase of our history through Brexit.
I'm grateful to it, and I absolutely agree that actually it's very important that we continue to send the signal that we are a great place to do business, a great place to invest, and we want that international investment to come here in as high numbers as it can. So having a headline corporation tax rate that is as low as we can have it, I think is absolutely the right thing to do. And I welcome how we're going to get that down to 17%. I think the previous Chancellor hinted that he might have done 15% as a sense of direction. I think that's maybe something the government could look at as part of the manifesto that we're about to produce.
I do thank him for his indulgence. Can he explain why Germany, which has a very much higher headline rate of corporation tax, does so better industrially?
I think I would have had to have attended several of his lectures to get some more understanding of how the German economy works, I'm afraid, and that's not something I have ever studied. We'll probably talk about euro rates and history of investment in skills and things, but I suspect it's not all down to corporation tax.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. Would he also be in his consideration, like me, bear in mind that the closest country and most comparable jurisdiction, in the opinion, is Ireland, which I think headline rate is about 12.5%.
Yeah, and I think Ireland has found that corporation tax rate has been very successful in helping them attract investment. You notice that even throughout all of their financial crises and their desperate need for tax revenue, that was one thing they were not prepared to move on. I think that was a sign of how successful they think that rate was.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I hope he joins me in sharing sentiments of honourable friend the member for Fareham in celebrating the fact that Britain will have the lowest rate of corporation tax in the G20. But just to come back to the point made by the honourable member opposite about the German economy and Britain's in comparison, would he sort of agree with me that actually Britain and Germany spend a similar amount, 28% of spending on R&D, but actually the big deficit is in private sector investment, and actually if we're going to lead the fourth industrial revolution, which is important to making sure our economy is strong, we need to get the private sector investing, and that's what this finance bill does.
Yeah, I agree with those sentiments. I think if we're going to enter a debate on the German economic model, I probably should step out of the middle of it, as it's not an area I've ever looked at. Perhaps as a final point on corporation tax, we do have a clause here on the Northern Ireland corporation tax and how we'll make their lower rates work. It's probably a chance, Mr Deputy Speaker, used to sneak in a remark that I do hope we can get an executive formed in Northern Ireland so they can take the decision to have a lower rate of corporation tax in Northern Ireland. I suspect we probably don't need to rush that clause through the wrap-up given the current situation, but I guess it's not a controversial one in that situation. Actually, what I will do.
Well, thank you for giving way, being generous on this. Would you accept that it would be great disappointment in Northern Ireland that because of Sinn Féin's insistence on unrealistic demands, there won't be an executive in the near future in Northern Ireland, and therefore the ability for Northern Ireland to reduce corporation tax, which was one of the key parts of the economic strategy, will be removed from the executive?
I do agree with him. It's very regrettable that the inability to form an executive means that this power that was long campaigned for looks like it won't be used on the timetable it should be. And I think we've seen how important it is to the Northern Ireland economy to have a rate that matches the Republic one so they can compete in attracting investment. And I hope in all the other issues that get lost in the upcoming general election, actually the need for Northern Ireland to find a way forward isn't one of those ones that we take our attention off for the next 6 or 7 weeks. On one very, very final corporation tax point, I've said that a couple of times. I think it was last year's finance bill where the government accepted an amendment to bring in territory-by-territory reporting for all large corporates as part of their annual tax strategy. I was wondering if the Minister, when she sums up later, could just perhaps update on what the timetable is, perhaps when we might start seeing those reports and seeing that power turned on. So as a couple of final remarks, can I welcome the measures in the bill to encourage social investment by increasing the tax relief, make sure it is focused on the right things and not subject to avoidance. I recently had an example of a group of local residents in Holbrook have managed to raise the funds to buy a local pub that was faced with being knocked down and turned into housing. And the way they managed to raise the funds to do that by getting, I think, 250 or so people to buy shares in that new business is a real example of what the community can do to save a valued asset, and I pay tribute to their success in achieving that. So I think the final area I'd like to touch on briefly is passenger duty. I don't want to revisit the whole debate. I accept we need it for revenue raising. I just wonder again, as we leave the European Union and some of the restrictions on how we can regionalise taxes drop away, if the government are prepared to look at measures that would encourage new routes into regional airports that would help tackle congestion in London, would help the air quality in London, would help the economy outside London by getting those direct routes to the high-growth parts of the world, and whether it is possible to produce a scheme where we either have lower rates of APD on routes into regional airports, which would include East Midlands Airport near my constituency, or whether there's some way of having lower APD for a certain period of time for a new route, perhaps 3 or 5 years, to actually encourage that route to become viable. So I think those measures would not have the big revenue hit of doing it for all the London airports, but that would actually target that the money we can spend on getting the vital regional growth that would help the regions of the UK outside, or at least regions of England outside London, as APD is a devolved tax. And we may see some interesting tax competition if Scotland chooses to have a lower APD rate in the future. We may see what happens to airports in the north of England who perhaps do feel the need to respond. So overall, I welcome this finance bill. It is there are many very important measures in here that will help protect our tax base, help tackle avoidance, which we all want to see happening, and will help the economy grow. I think it's a very important bill, and I hope that these provisions survive whatever the discussions are over the next few days as to what can get into them. I will.
He has quite rightly finished up mentioning tax avoidance. Would he accept that, although there are measures in this bill which deal with tax avoidance, that given a tax gap of nearly £40 billion and the government target of £5 billion between now and 2020, that really the issue of tax avoidance is not being taken seriously, and there still will be frustration that rich companies can still walk away with very low tax bills?
I was nearly finishing there, but he invites me to a debate on the tax gap, and without the numbers in front of me, I think it's important to understand what makes up the tax gap, and actually tax avoidance by large corporates is actually a relatively small part of it. And from memory, actually the largest parts are people who operate in the black market and don't pay VAT or don't declare their tax. And then it's a large part, again, is errors or mistakes by small businesses or individuals as well. So I think it's right the government bears down on all those aspects. I don't think it's possible to get the tax gap down to zero. I think that would involve some kind of ridiculously heavy compliance burn. You probably only get there by having zero tax rates or zero economic activity. So there'll always be some level of tax that you can't collect. But I think that the measures the government have taken progressively over the last 7 years to tackle aggressive tax avoidance have been the right ones. We have the general anti-abuse rule, which we're trying to tighten up again in this bill. I shall look forward to seeing how we, when that gets to its 5-year anniversary, what we think we can change our strategy around targeted abuse rules, whether we need to have quite so many individual anti-avoidance rules, whether we can move and rely on the general one. But I think, while we have raised, I think, some questions about making tax digital, actually, if we want to get the tax gap down, actually making businesses report and be more compliant on a more regular basis is going to be a key part of that. So absolutely, we have to press on with that and make that work, while not wanting to risk perhaps going too far in that situation. But I think there are more measures we could try and take to encourage people, not to pay cash in hand to avoid paying VAT. I wonder if it's very hard as an individual. How do you know that the person who's cutting your hedges or the taxi you're getting in is actually tax registered? I mean, perhaps there are ways we could have some kind of registration badge or something that actually says, look, I want to gauge the people who are fully tax compliant. If you can show me you are, I'll happily hire you. If you can't, then maybe I'll hire somebody else. Was the intervention there?
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making a very good speech about the changing nature of the economy, particularly the rise of the gig economy. Will you therefore join me in welcoming the review by Matthew Taylor about how we can tax both the individuals and the companies operating in the gig economy to make sure we strike that fair balance between taxation and also innovation in our economy and our employment market?
Yes, I will happily welcome that review. I think it's become an emerging issue that we need to tackle, and I think it blew up in the national insurance debate, and I welcome the measures we have in this bill where the public sector are engaging with individuals who try and incorporate themselves, that they won't get the tax advantage. That has to be the right thing. I think we need to find a way of doing that for very high-paid individuals outside the public sector who try and do that and try and make sure they're taxed on that income in the way that the tax system intends, and not trying to get an advantage through the corporation tax system. So I think the measures we have here, I accept that the reduction in the dividend relief that was announced in the budget was the right thing to do. And I think as we see our employment market changing, what we want to make sure is that the tax system is not encouraging unscrupulous employers to try and pretend that their employees are self-employed to get a tax advantage for themselves and leave those individuals in a far worse situation without the security of being employed and without the rights to welfare, the rights to holiday and sick and maternity pay that they ought to have. So I think that review will be very important to see how we can get the balance right between encouraging people who are genuinely self-employed and taking risks into doing that. And I can accept that we should have a lower tax rate, people who do that, without encouraging people who really should be treated as employed not to be by a generous tax regime. So I think how we get our tax rules to match the changing way that people work is going to be extremely important, and I think that review will have a very important part to play with that. But I will finally wrap up by saying I welcome this bill, and I wish it, whatever passage it has, I wish it well.
We now come to Stuart Halsey with a reasoned amendment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the amendment in my name and those of my honourable and right honourable friends. We will oppose this finance bill, and not so much because, well, someone's got to provide opposition, not so much because of what it does, but more accurately because of what it does not do. And so while, for example, we have the iniquity of Scotland's police and fire and rescue authorities paying VAT, and we know that's a long-standing problem, this government could and should have taken the opportunity of this finance bill to rectify it, but of course they didn't. There was, though, in the budget at least recognition of the problems faced by Scotland's oil and gas sector, but there were no specific measures announced, only another options paper which was effectively announced last year. This finance bill could and should have been the opportunity to make concrete proposals for UK content, for their exploration and decommissioning allowances, to ensure the sector continues to thrive and flourish and provide substantial tax yield for decades into the future. But of course it doesn't. What it does do is put up the duty on Scotch whisky. What it does do is increase insurance premium tax again by, I think, 20%, way above the rate of inflation, effectively treating the Scotch whisky industry and indeed the insurance sector as a cash cow for the Treasury. Now, having said that, we do welcome some of the measures in the bill, particularly those which are intended to clamp down on tax avoidance and evasion, and I welcome what the Minister did say about restricting the use of past losses, disguised remuneration, the additional penalties for tax avoidance enablers and the removal permanently of the permanent non-dom status. But it's hard to see how this bill will assist in any substantial way to address the long-term UK challenge of improving productivity, or even helping make society a little less unequal, which is actually vital to unlocking the growth potential we have. And that's particularly the case when one considers that alongside this finance bill are a set of welfare proposals which do not support inclusive growth, but rather drive a coach and horses through it. They include the cut of £30 a week to the ESA group for claimants placed in a work-related activity group. It also includes a 55% cut to the rate of ESA for disabled people under the age of 25, and the freeze on the lower disabled child edition for universal credit, and the changes for full-time students who receive disability living allowance or personal independence payments, who are now not treated as having limited capability for work and are therefore not entitled to universal credit until they have been assessed, and therefore facing long delays without support. But I don't want to digress too far from the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, but delivering those cuts when disabled people and those on low to middle incomes are already facing a barrage of cuts from this government is a disgrace. And those cuts fly in the face not only of the Tories' last manifesto commitment to help more disabled people into the workplace, something which is vital, but they undermine the essential drive for real inclusive growth, vital of the economy, and maximise our potential. Yes, I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
But I just wanted I might point out that under the Scotland Act of 2016 we are devolving benefits worth £2.8 billion to the Scottish Parliament. That is almost a fifth of Scottish spending, and it would be really interesting, Mr Deputy Speaker, to hear some views about what you think about what the Honourable Member thinks about that, and indeed to welcome the fact that we have such a strong economy provided by this government that indeed the Scottish are able to have this much money gifted over to them.
Gifted. Tax money.
I'm sure the Scottish people will be delighted that the Honourable Lady, and sorry, I don't know what seat she's from, the Honourable Lady will be telling the Scottish people that we somehow don't pay taxes. We're dependent on the largesse of ladies like her in order to fund our welfare system. We've had a very small amount of welfare devolved, and I'm sure if the Honourable Lady wants to make a contribution like that, she can read out the rest of the Whip's briefing note when she catches the Deputy Speaker's eye later. However, the Tories can groan all they like. They've called a snap election, and we've a finance bill on the same day. Now, the Minister did lay out what she does wish to do in this bill, which is reduce the dividend nil rate from 2018-19 from £5,000 down to £2,000. Now, I will listen carefully in the next 10 days or so to what the government say about this, and it may be they can prove that only very wealthy people benefit from that allowance, and it may be a reasonable change. However, it may be equally the case that many small and start-up business owners depend on that money to tide them over, and that measure will be nothing more than a tax on enterprise, a disincentive to start a business, to create jobs and to empower local economies. And I have to say, I did find it slightly jarring when the Minister explained, while talking about that wealthy people could put lots more money into ISAs. Now, that's fantastic for people who are already wealthy. They can save tax-free. But I just wonder, juxtaposing that with a change to the dividend nil rate from a modest £5,000 down to £2,000 might act as a disincentive to people genuinely wanting to start a business while allowing already wealthy people to save tax-free. Now, that, Mr Speaker, may have been the kind of error we'd seen driven by the old fiscal charter and its requirement to run a permanent surplus quickly, almost irrespective of economic conditions. But the new fiscal charter is more flexible than the last one, and that should have made this kind of measure unnecessary. But of course the government are still targeting a surplus early in the next Parliament. Let's see how early it is in the next Parliament. And again, without digressing too far, Mr Deputy Speaker, the numbers and the timescale for even a modest surplus within 4 or 5 years look precarious. The forecasts for a current account surplus are tiny, not even reaching 1.5% of GDP. And if there is any external shock or capital flight, if sterling suffers further devaluation, which is quite likely if the Brexit negotiations go wrong, again highly possible, then the figures could fall apart very quickly indeed. But at its heart, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a finance bill being delivered with the pretence that the hard Tory Brexit isn't happening. It sits in splendid isolation from reality. We cannot actually assess whether it will assist with the challenges which lie ahead. We cannot even assess properly what the consequences of the limited measures in it will be, because the OBR told us about Brexit at the budget, and I'm quoting, "There is no meaningful basis for predicting the precise endpoint of the negotiations as the basis for our forecast." So in short, Mr Deputy Speaker, this finance bill, like the 2017 budget, is effectively based on a central assumption which pretends Brexit doesn't exist. A ridiculous thing to do, given Article 50 has already been triggered, and I'll happily give way.
I'm very grateful for the honourable gentleman for giving way, because he quotes the ABR, which is one of the few forecasters that was responsible enough a year ago not to make wild assumptions about what Brexit would mean. Most of the other forecasters thought they knew what would happen and got it comprehensively wrong. So it shows prudence, caution and common sense not to try and forecast that which is essentially unknowable.
I think the honourable gentleman has been on record attacking the OBR for its forecasts in the past. And if he hasn't, I apologise, but I'm sure many others of his colleagues have. I don't think anybody seriously suggested that on day one, week one, month one, or even year one of Brexit, even before the negotiations were complete, it would result in any kind of catastrophe or reduction in GDP or any such other thing. The real danger is for the medium and long term. And because the honourable gentleman brings it up, let's remember what some of those forecasts have actually said. The Treasury themselves said we could lose up to £66 billion from a hard Brexit. The GDP could fall by around 10% if the UK reverted to WTO rules. That echoed the chair of the Treasury Committee and other assessments, including the London School of Economics, who said, in the long run, reduced trade lowers productivity, a huge problem for the UK, that increases the cost of Brexit to between 6.5% and 9.5% of GDP, and it put a range of figures on those costs of between £4,500 and £6,500 per household. There are other assessments from the Fraser Allender Institute, from the FTSE 500 senior executives, from the British Chambers of Commerce. Now, the honourable gentleman might not believe those. Some of them may not come to pass. But given those warnings are very real and they're very credible, one would have imagined, Mr Deputy Speaker, that would have instructed a far bolder finance bill. And that's the point I was trying to make. And if the honourable gentleman wishes, I'll happily.
Gentleman for giving way once again. I think the point that I was trying to make is that we've had incredibly wrong forecasts from all these illustrious bodies, and he was only wrong on the ABR. I criticised lots and lots of bodies, but the ABR was the one I singled out for not being so foolish as to make erroneous forecasts. But the Treasury, the IMF, the Bank of England, all went ahead saying the day we left it would be Armageddon. We were going to have a punishment budget. And this turned out to be nonsense, and I think it's much wiser of the current Chancellor to avoid this foolish speculation.
I don't want foolish speculation, but nor do I want rose-tinted spectacles or ostrich heads in sand. There are very credible warnings of what Brexit might deliver, and if the government fails to mitigate what the risks may be, then the government are failing the people. I think that's incredibly important. Now, to be fair in terms of what mitigation the government could do and have done, the Chancellor did announce last autumn additional support for capital investment and for research and development. And he has reiterated since some of his R&D statements and put some more flesh on the bone of investment. However, the figures from last autumn's statement show that public sector net investment actually falls 17-18 and presumably 18-19, depending what happens after the June election. The figures only announced a few months ago for public sector gross investment show the figures falling again this year compared to the forecast made last winter, and not increasing again until 2020 or beyond. We would argue money should have been allocated, and the finance bill should have reflected that, to mitigate the damage which we believe, and many others believe, is likely because of a hard Tory Brexit. But of course it's not all about Brexit, Mr Deputy Speaker, nor is it about simply reminding the House, and I won't do it today, about the failures and the broken promises on debt, deficit and borrowing. It's also not even about repeating the mistakes of the past on investment. We're now in such uncertain times that to protect jobs, to protect yield, to protect the current account, trade should be front and centre. But there was little said about that today, and nothing in the finance bill which would assist in that regard. And when one considers that the Budget Red Book tells us the current account is in negative territory for what was the entire forecast period, and that the impact of net trade will be zero or a drag on GDP growth without the impact of Brexit for almost every year of the forecast period made in the budget, and that's after, I think, a near 15% devaluation in sterling since the referendum, I think more should have been done, and it should have been done in this finance bill. Now, my honourable friend from East Lothian intervened earlier about how growth will be generated, and it's forecast to be based on heroic levels of business investment after the uncertainty of Brexit ends, which we do not believe will be any time soon. It will be propped up by household consumption with a commensurate rise in household indebtedness, by central government investment, which I do welcome, and by fixed investment in private dwellings, but where house price rises are forecast to be 2 or 3 times the rate of what is already rising inflation. Mr Deputy Speaker, that is not a balanced recovery, and there is nothing in the finance bill which would assist in balancing that up at all. But it is the issue of trade which is most worrying, and the figures are clear, notwithstanding one quarter's blip in either direction. The last full years for which we have figures saw the current account deficit 80 billion in the red, and the deficit in the trading goods over 120 billion. Nothing today in the finance bill which would assist businesses to trade in a way that would even begin to shrink or erode those deficits. So, Mr Speaker, this is a thin debate today because of other announcements. So I will conclude by saying what I said at the start. We will oppose this bill, not so much for what it contains, but because of what is missing. And we will, because like the budget which drives this bill, it is willfully blind to the damage Brexit will do, and in our view, a completely inadequate response to the challenges which the economy will face.
The original question was that the bill now be read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed, as on the order paper, the question is the amendment be made. Dr James Davis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called to speak in support of this finance bill. And as a whole, of course, it's a bill that prioritises economic stability, and there's much to welcome in it. I think in particular my constituents will be pleased at the further increase in income tax thresholds. But I wanted to address the particular issue of the soft drinks industry levy, which appears within the bill in Part 3, clauses 71 to 107. This, of course, was announced in the budget a year ago, and it was reconfirmed in the Childhood Obesity Plan last summer. At this point, I should declare an interest that I devoured a very large Easter egg in recent days. But leaving that aside, I'll go on to back on track to wholeheartedly welcome the levy as one lever in tackling the issue of obesity. And there's no single silver bullet to tackle the obesity crisis in the UK and indeed in the West in general. But I believe that this levy is necessary as a package of measures to begin to tackle it. And it's a clear conclusion I've reached through membership of the Health Select Committee. I have to admit that if you had asked me perhaps a year or so ago regarding a sugar tax, I might have been somewhat uncertain. And it's clear that there is some uncertainty amongst members today. So I hope to convince some of those with lingering doubts to ensure the provisions pass without further amendment. So some facts about obesity. Obesity currently affects around a quarter of adults in the UK, and it's estimated that it may affect up to 70% of us by 2050. And one startling fact is that obese children are 5 times more likely to become obese adults, so therefore there's a clear need to tackle childhood obesity. At the moment, one in... Yes, of course.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to hear that he's supporting the sugar tax. Would he agree that the obesity strategy really doesn't go far enough because it doesn't start until children are already older than 2, and some of those bad habits could already have been formed by that stage? Would you support an increase in the scope of that policy?
It's true that the Health Committee, and myself included, have called for yet additional measures, but I think that the strategy, the plan as it stands, is certainly a step in the right direction, and I'll come on to further points in due course. So I was about to mention that 1 in 5 of those starting primary school are overweight, but by the end of primary school, as things stand, that is at 1 in 3, quite a striking figure. And of course, the inequality between our communities is also striking. In fact, amongst 5 to 11-year-olds, amongst the poorest of neighbourhoods, some 60% are obese, and this reduces to just 16% in the most affluent. And that translates into regional variation also, of course.
I thank the gentleman for giving way, and he's making a very important point about the fact that we're seeing more of a higher growth of obesity rates amongst those with the most deprived backgrounds. And to share my concern, there's already a hill in Torquay where one side of the hill you can live 13 years longer than the other on average, and that we could see those sorts of stats get worse.
Indeed, I strongly believe that the measures that are outlined in this bill go some way to tackling that situation. If we look at the health effects of obesity amongst children, perhaps the main impact is tooth decay. In fact, it's the main source of hospital admissions for 5 to 9-year-olds, with some 26,000 admissions, probably in England alone, in relation to tooth decay. And 179,000, if not more, teeth are extracted amongst this age group per year. 25% of this age group have tooth decay, and 90% of this is estimated to be preventable. And of course, sugar is a key cause of the problem. If we look at older children, 15-year-olds, 46% have tooth decay, and £129 million is spent on extraction of teeth in under 18s, or certainly was between 2012 and 2016. The impact of obesity on adults is even more concerning. Tooth decay, yes, but also in no particular order: type 2 diabetes mellitus, cardiovascular disease, gastroesophageal reflux disease, gallstones, osteoarthritis, sleep apnea, infertility, pregnancy problems, mental health problems, liver and kidney disease, and last but certainly not least, cancer. And there are at least 13 types of cancer that have been implicated with obesity. In fact, the obesity is thought to be the biggest cause of preventable cancer after smoking. There have been over 18,100 cases of cancer estimated per year in the UK thanks to obesity, and the types of cancer involved include some very well-known ones such as breast, bowel, endometrial, esophageal and pancreatic. There's also an impact on the NHS, an estimated £5.1 billion per annum in the UK, and of course on the economy in general, with £27 billion per annum down to lost productivity, unemployment, early retirement and welfare benefits. So I think it's really vital that we recognise the extent of the problem posed to health and well-being of ever-rising numbers of people by the obesity crisis. So how should we target this? Well, it's believed that there is a genetic susceptibility to obesity. That's not to say that all obesity is down to genetics, but it's thought that the inheritance of several genes, polygenic susceptibility, leads some to an increased drive to eat. And much has been said over past decades in terms of personal responsibility, education and exercise. Now, of course, education and exercise has an important place, but the reality is it's not succeeded as the main target against this problem. We have the issue of more sedentary lifestyles and what we term an obesogenic environment, whereby unhealthy foods, high calorie, so easily available around us. And sadly, calorie intake overwhelms most people's efforts to exercise those calories off. Personal responsibility certainly is something that drives many, perhaps those with the intellectual and financial resources to follow that path, to deal with the problems they may face. But it's not easy, and in any case, children, of course, can't be expected to exercise personal responsibility because they don't have their own freedom of choice. So various measures are important in tackling this crisis, including reformulation targets by Public Health England and others, which will reduce sugar, fat, calories and so forth in the foods that children eat. Advertising is also important. We've seen recently advertising restrictions expanded from television to other media, for instance, social media and advert games, but there is potentially further that can be done if necessary. Labelling is very important, and actually Brexit offers an opportunity whereby we have more flexibility in terms of how we label our products. Promotions and discounts in supermarkets and elsewhere are really critical, and the issue of planning powers for local authorities for takeaways, etc., has been brought up on a number of occasions. I will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He makes an excellent point about the freedom for better labelling after we leave the EU. Does he agree with me that one sector that could benefit from that is the dairy sector and dairy farming, where we could have better country of origin labelling around dairy products, which would help British shoppers choose British dairy products and support British farmers?
Very good point, and I think the point has been made also about, for instance, the flexibility to put information as to the number of teaspoons of sugar in a product on a label, which currently we're unable to do. So there's a wide range of benefits potentially arising, which is interesting. But the soft drinks industry levy, and I feel that this has a key role too. And this, of course, is based on the fact that soft drinks are the biggest source of dietary sugar for children, and they contain little, if not any, dietary benefit. 5-year-olds are believed to consume their own weight in sugar per year, and 4 to 10-year-olds consume half a bathtub of sugary drinks per year, which is food for thought. The Scientific Advisory Committee on Nutrition and the WHO advise that free sugars should comprise under 5% of daily energy intake, yet the estimated intake amongst our own children is 2 to 3 times this. So the mechanisms of the levy that are being proposed relate to producers and importers of packaged soft drinks with added sugar. And the levy is designed primarily to encourage reformulation, as has already been mentioned today. The implementation date of April next year gives manufacturers time to pursue reformulation, and many have been doing an excellent job in achieving this. The levy also drives manufacturers to reduce portion sizes and to market their low-sugar alternatives. And it will be tiered, whereby 18 pence per litre is levied when the total sugar content of the drink exceeds 5 grams per 100 millilitres, and 24 pence per litre when the total sugar content exceeds 8 grams per 100 millilitres, which, according to my mathematics, is about 6 to 8 pence per can of drink. And this will apply to drinks as ready prepared or diluted as directed on the packaging. The hope is that this will be passed on to the consumers in the same proportion as applied. In other words, that there won't be any cross-subsidy. One of the concerns the Health Committee had raised was that those low-sugar drinks or zero-sugar drinks might end up picking up some of the extra cost levied on manufacturers by their sugary alternatives. And I think there would be a missed opportunity to maximise the positive impact of the levy if that indeed were to take place. I will.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. He's making an excellent speech based on his personal knowledge and work as a medical doctor. Will you join me in encouraging children's charities like Magic Breakfast to play an important role in educating children about healthy eating and the avoidance of too many sugary drinks, to redouble their efforts and use this sugar tax levy as a catalyst to do more work in this area?
I will indeed, and I'll come on to the positive impact that this levy or the potential introduction of it has had on the debate in general in this country on sugar and obesity. But to come back to this idea of cross-subsidy in terms of cost of drinks, I think that we as a government should keep an open mind as to whether this is something that needs to be regulated. Now, the levy excludes fruit, vegetable and milk from being considered a form of added sugar. It also excludes baby formulas and drinks for medicinal and dietary purposes. It excludes drinks comprising 75% or more of milk and excludes small producers of under 1 million litres of beverage per year. The revenue raised is due to fund double of funding for PE, sport and breakfast clubs, and it's expected that £1 billion will pass to the Department of Education for this purpose, with, of course, equivalent sums being passed to the devolved nations as per the Barnett formula. And the important thing to note is that with successful reformulation, companies will pay no additional tax. It's in fact been a marker of the success of the progress with this policy that reformulation is already taking place, and therefore it's expected that £1 billion in fact will not be raised. I'd like to praise the Chancellor of the Exchequer for confirming that nevertheless he will pass on that full £1 billion this Parliament to the purposes identified. Reformulation is possible. Companies are already showing that, but there's been a success in the past with reformulation of products as far as they contain salt. I alluded before to the fact that this whole debate is causing a discussion throughout our nation about obesity and sugar, and that has to be a good thing. Even this debate today hopefully will help to further that. Will it work? Well, there's no direct comparison, but we know that in Mexico, when a roughly 10% tax was levied, it led to a 12% reduction in sugar intake in that country, and in Hungary, a 40% tax led to manufacturers reducing sugar. And a 2016 modelling study suggested that 144,000 adults and children would be saved from obesity each year thanks to the levy, 19,000 from diabetes mellitus, and 270,000 decayed teeth would be reduced in number. We've certainly seen some tentative support among the public, and I truly believe that in view of the scale and consequences of the obesity crisis, we don't have the luxury of time to make excuses. We can lead the world in this area and create evidence that other countries can then use and follow. Yes.
Grateful to him for giving way. Would you agree with me that this is an example of measuring that success, not in terms of the revenue raised, but in terms of the behaviour that we change, and the evidence that he talks about will in fact be not only behaviour change, but also genuine change to people's lives in all of our constituencies?
A good point. It's how people live their lives, the foods they choose, the foods and drinks they choose to consume, and the way they look at their diet in general. I'd like to just address a couple of criticisms that have been raised by some. Is this an example of the nanny state? Well, I would argue we use the tax system to influence behaviour and always have done. The government has a duty of care to address important public health issues, as we do with tobacco and alcohol. And as I've already mentioned, freedom of choice is limited in terms of children because they're not in a position to exercise freedom of choice. And we also live in a world that is skewed against our health interests, where choice over healthy options can be difficult to come by, as we're continually surrounded by unhealthy products. I would also go so far as to suggest that some reduction of choice as far as sugary drinks on our shelves is a price worth paying to deal with the crisis we face. So I support the use of the tax system to support public health endeavours such as this. Second criticism, is this just an extra tax, an attack on jobs, and is it regressive? Well, the tax can be avoided if problems are reformulated or if existing sugar-free options are promoted. And I would argue, therefore, that jobs in our food and drink sector should be safe. In fact, our food and drink sector can thrive if it can show the world how to successfully tackle this agenda. It's not regressive either. The health gains are the biggest for those on low incomes, and sugar-free options are, of course, available, which we hope will cost no more than they currently do. So I support the soft drinks industry levy as a small but necessary part of the fight against childhood obesity. I will.
Dr. Caroline.
Thank you. As a consultant paediatrician, I have seen and treated a number of children with obesity and seen the health consequences of this growing problem. Do you agree with me that in actual fact this tax is not just a useful part of the programme, but actually only a part of a much wider programme to tackle obesity, including education, which at the end of the day will form a major part of the government programme. That's the word I'm trying to look at. Thank you.
Yes, I think it's a brave and bold move, the levy, but it is only a small part of the efforts we need to make to tackle this problem. The point is, unless we tackle it from a multitude of directions with a number of different strategies, then we won't make progress. There is no one silver bullet. So we need to monitor and evaluate the impact of the levy over the coming year and beyond. I understand secondary legislation had been due this spring. I'm not sure if that's been slightly delayed following the announcement today, but that will no doubt follow in time for the levy to be applied from April next year. And as a GP, a member of the Health Select Committee and a father of 2 young children, this is a topic I'll be following with great interest. Thank you.
Steve McKay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to particularly follow the honourable gentleman for the Vale of Clwyd and address my remarks to Part 3 of the bill and the chargeable soft drinks levy. But I was struck by the Minister's comments earlier about the Government's remarkable record on borrowing, and I just wondered if she'd had an opportunity to look at the work of Professor Richard Murphy of the University of London, who's done a rather extensive comparative study of Labour and Conservative governments over a 70-year period, which shows quite clearly that Labour in office always, on average, borrows less than the Conservatives and always pays back more while in office also. That's not quite the impression that the honourable lady may have tried to convey. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm delighted the honourable gentleman has given way. That's because the Labour Party always inherits a wonderful financial situation from the Conservatives, and we always inherit a mess from them.
Yes, of course. I'm sure, actually, if we go back in history, that's the honourable gentleman's belief. I seem to recall Tory chancellors singing in the bath as the pound collapsed and we were jettisoned from the NHS. I seem to recall crisis after crisis, including one Tory chancellor who left a note saying, "I'm sorry I've made such a mess of it, old chap." I don't think it's quite as the honourable gentleman remembers. In fact, what I'd say is that the honourable lady's claims on borrowing are about as reliable as the Chancellor's reputation for competence proved after the shambles of his budget. And of course, like many others, I'd like to know what bad news is coming down the line. Why is it, after 5 public refusals to call a general election, after assurance there would be no election before 2020, that the Prime Minister now needs one? What does she know that the rest of us don't know? Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I suspect what she knows is The NHS is in chaos, our schools are in chaos, the Brexit talks are in chaos, and the economy is heading for the doldrums. That's what I suspect is happening, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think the honourable gentleman would like to rise and say that for the benefit of Hansard.
I am inordinately fond of the honourable gentleman for Birmingham Selly Oak, but we've heard this so many times, 24 hours to save the NHS for the last 20 years. It's a fact that the Conservative Party spends more on the NHS, is more committed to the NHS and actually delivers better patient care than Labour have ever done.
Well, the honourable gentleman may be reading from one of those notes that the whips have been passing out, but I haven't got round to mentioning the NHS yet. I'll come to it. I'll come to it. Anyway, what I would like to do is comment, as I said, on the points that the honourable gentleman from the Vale of Clwyd made. Now, I agree that high sugar diets are associated with a large number of serious conditions, including tooth decay, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes. And I'm grateful to him. I won't repeat the figures, but I'm grateful to him for the stats that he gave about 5 to 9-year-olds and the fact that that's the leading cause of hospital admissions for that age group. And of course, what that is doing is imposing a considerable cost on our already overstretched NHS. And as he also rightly says, it's a leading cause of tooth decay for 15-year-olds whose permanent teeth are being damaged, all of which is preventable, as the honourable gentleman says. Now, I think we are agreed that excessive sugar consumption is the main cause of tooth decay. So, in principle, I'm in favour of a soft drinks levy. But I'm worried that actually it's an isolated policy and that it will fail to bring about the lasting change in the consumption habits of the public that we hope for. I noticed that the honourable gentleman for the Vale of Clwyd mentioned Mexico as an example in his speech. But I think if he looks further, he'll show that what actually happened in Mexico was that there was an initial dip in sales, but subsequently the sales of soft drinks rose and are now slightly higher than the pre-tax levels in Mexico. The risk of such an isolated policy is it may not have the long-lasting effect that we seek. Indeed, I think it's debatable whether there's any robust evidence that an isolated levy on soft drinks will actually reduce the prevalence of any of the health conditions associated with high sugar diets. And I will give way to the Minister, of course.
Comment a couple of things. I mean, first of all, it is a slightly different design to the Mexican sort of initiative, and indeed there have been a couple of others around the world. I mean, this is deliberately a producer levy to drive reformulation of product. And then the other thing, just to recap what I said in my opening speech, this is not in isolation. I entirely agree that in isolation it wouldn't be enough, but this sits alongside a very ambitious body of work, not least again on reformulation across a range of different food groups, in particular those focused on children's diets, which PHE are leading across the next few years, working closely with manufacturers.
Well, I'm grateful to the Minister. I mean, obviously we can't cite Mexico as evidence in favour and then actually dismiss it when there is contrary evidence as well, and that was the point I was making. Look, I don't disagree with some of the stuff the Minister is arguing for, but I think what I want to see and what a lot of other people want to see is a broader public health approach. I think we need to do a bit more to promote healthy eating, a bit more to improve awareness of the risks associated with healthy diets. And I'd like to ask her to think again about an industry comprehensive code, because that might be a much better way, an enforceable code. If that was to work in conjunction with a soft drinks levy, that might well make a much more significant difference. And I think we heard reference to the obesity strategy earlier, but actually the truth is most people were pretty disappointed with that strategy at the point that it came out. Not least, actually, I remember the Minister in her previous incarnation being much more optimistic about that strategy than it appears to be now. So, I mean, Mr Deputy Speaker, what I'd say is with the NHS, and this is for the benefit of her friend, with the NHS significantly extending the waiting times for those needing operations for hip and knee replacements, and in the absence of any announcement of additional funding for the NHS, and with the government continuing, as we've just heard, to not recognise that there is a funding crisis engulfing the NHS, then the need for a comprehensive set of preventative health measures to complement any soft drinks levy has become all the more pressing. And I'm simply making the point that a tax to plug a hole in yet another failed Tory budget simply won't be enough. We all know how we arrived at this tax. By itself, it won't be enough. So, I mean, I don't know how much, Mr Deputy Speaker, of this finance bill will ever see the light of day. But I do know that what it doesn't address is the funding crisis in our schools, our NHS, the impact of the cuts in policing now resulting in predicted rises in crime, and the sense in my constituency of Selly Oak then when it comes to fairness and those who are just about managing, this government's economic plans and other policies don't help them. With unemployment in Selly Oak at 4.5% against 2.4% nationally, this government simply isn't working for Selly Oak.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Selly Oak, and to begin to join in this discussion on sugar, which is a great subject for us to be discussing, because whilst I was listening to my honourable friend, the member for the Vale of Clwyd, who told us this extraordinary fact that an average 5-year-old eats his own body weight in sugar during the course of a year, I considered my own children, and I don't have a 5-year-old. I've got a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old and lots of others, but the 6-year-old weighs 3 stone, and that seems to me a similar weight is likely to apply for 5-year-olds. So that's 42 pounds, or 672 ounces. So if a 5-year-old is eating his own body weight of sugar in a year, he is eating 1.84 ounces of sugar a day, which I believe is equivalent to 11 teaspoons of sugar. And we think of the lines of Mary Poppins, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. One wonders whether the medicine goes down even better after 11 spoonfuls of sugar. But in spite of this, and in spite of thinking that 11 teaspoons of sugar is really quite a lot, I'm not actually in favour of sugar taxes, because I don't think it's the job of the government to tell me how much sugar to give to my children. I think that is a matter for parents to decide for themselves, and the tax system should be there to raise the revenue the country needs to pay its way. The tax system is not there to tell us how to live our lives. And I see that there may be an exception with tobacco, but there isn't really with alcohol. With alcohol, it's a matter of raising revenue, and the rates that we have on alcohol work very well in raising revenue, as, incidentally, does tobacco, that it is a serious generator of funds for the Treasury to pay its way. So I'm very sceptical about this approach, and I was struck by what my honourable friend for the Vale of Clwyd said, that a lot of obesity is in fact genetic. And if it is in fact genetic, then you're just penalising people who have a genetic propensity to obesity, and it's fine for people like me. I give way to another person for whom it's fine to eat lots of sugar.
Indeed, I had a fine East Lothian Easter egg, so I admit to that. But would Deputy Speaker, wouldn't my honourable friend accept that the difficulty in having a hands-off approach, as he suggests, and leave it entirely to the individual, is that there is a vast advertising industry which also influences consumer behaviour, and that in a sense that using a sin tax is a way of evening up the process?
There is indeed an advertising industry, but we live in a free country and people ought to be able to advertise free products. But we've got a lot of misinformation, haven't we? And we now learn that fat is not as bad for you as it was said to be at some points, and that people have put sugar into products to make them taste nicer when they've taken the fat out, because fat-free products without sugar taste disgusting, and that you have therefore had a position where advice that turned out to be wrong has led to manufacturers doing things that then turn out to be unhealthy. So I have a suspicion of the advice that comes from governments and their ability to get it right. And if they do end up getting it wrong and force us to change our behaviour and tax us, you get the worst of all possible worlds. And a little bit of sugar does nobody any harm at all. It is only taking sugar to excess, and the only justification that has indeed been made is for children. But I think that ignores the responsibility of parents, most of whom are responsible, and it puts up the cost for responsible parents for giving their children what may in many households be an occasional treat rather than a regular habit. So it's a tax that falls hardest on the poorest in society, who may be giving their children something that they like occasionally because of the excesses of some others. And I don't really think that is the job of the government. But it also leads me on to the issue of hypothecated taxation. Ministers should write out 100 times a day, hypothecation is a bad idea. This has been the Treasury orthodoxy for as long as there has been the Treasury. Hypothecated tax does not work because it produces the wrong amount of money for what you are seeking to do. We see this with the prospects of the sugar tax and putting it into schools. We now discover that there's not enough money from the sugar tax likely to come through to meet the obligations that have been undertaken to schools, and therefore that money has to come out of general taxation. Now, if it were a good idea to put this money into schools in the first place, it ought to have come out of general taxation in the normal way. If it wasn't a good idea, it was just a clever way of spending the money, taxpayers' money should not have been used in that way. But if you get into the position where something is now being done that didn't need to be done because it was promised on a tax that hasn't arisen, that is not a good way of carrying out government policy. And all hypothecation of taxation should be struck off, and it leads simply to the wrong amounts. And that actually leads to the broader point I want to make about this finance bill and the budget that preceded it, because I think it is really very good news that an election has been called, because the budget has become so hemmed in by the number of promises on taxation and revenue expenditure that have quite rightly been kept. Governments ought to keep their promises, and this government has been absolutely rigorous in keeping its promises, even ones that I don't like. And that is to say, I'm not in favour of the 0.7% going to overseas aid. I think it's been a wasteful and extravagant promise when money is needed elsewhere, but the justification for it is that that was in our manifesto, and that in a manifesto, parties make a pact with the electorate which they ought to continue with, except under the most extraordinary circumstances which have not arisen. But this has led to very many areas of expenditure being fixed, whilst taxation has been limited at the same point. So the deficit, which has been brought down to a third of where it was when this government came in, which is a very substantial achievement and one of which this government and its predecessor ought to be proud, it's become very hard to take that any further because of the encapsulating commitments that have been made limiting the freedom of the action of the Chancellor. And that's why, for all that it's a 700-page finance bill, it isn't doing a great deal of fundamental reform. It is tweaking at the edges. It's looking at little bits of money from here and little bits there, rather than a fundamental approach, a basic approach to our tax system, which has become overly complex, and by the pressure to find little bits of money is becoming even more complex and makes it very difficult for taxpayers to pay the right amount of tax. And we see this, that we get more avoidance legislation coming in to stop avoidance because we have overcomplicated the tax system in the first place, and therefore the corrective measure is taken to try and prevent the revenue seeping off. A very good example of this is the discussions we are now having in perceived employment as opposed to self-employment. The government was extremely proud of its achievement in making self-employment easier. But a constituent came to see me who explained that the £3,000 national insurance contribution exemption for small businesses had led to all the people who worked for him having to become individual companies, because then it was £3,000 a year less to pay them than if they were directly employed or employed through one subsidiary company. And therefore very good ideas come into individual budgets as particular breaks to encourage particular forms of behaviour, to lead to certain outcomes that the government wishes, but then they have to be corrected by anti-avoidance measures because they get taken and used in a way that was not intended by the initial legislation. And that's why I think this election is going to be a great opportunity to stand on a platform of tax simplification, and I hope to achieve the sort of majority that can help push that through. Because to achieve tax simplification, it is going to be necessary to ensure that the avoidance is removed at source rather than by anti-avoidance measures. And that means taking away some of the exemptions, the incentives that are there that encourage people to set up more complex systems than they need to minimise the tax that they pay. And I would be a defender of people taking that approach, that if Parliament legislates for tax to be collected in a certain way, if Parliament legislates for there to be certain exemptions and thresholds, the individual taxpayer is completely and legitimately entitled to use them to their fullest extent. That is not the fault of the taxpayer, it is the fault of Parliament for leaving those exemptions or putting those exemptions into legislation. And we should always be very careful when we talk about avoidance to differentiate it from evasion. Evasion is straightforwardly criminal, is straightforwardly not paying the amount of tax that is by law due. Avoidance is looking at the tax system and saying, I do not owe that tax, I do not have to pay it because Parliament has not legislated for me to pay it. And as individual taxpayers, we are all entitled, and all our constituents are entitled, to pay the tax Parliament requires, and not a penny less or a penny more. And I think that if we had an overall simpler system, that would be hugely beneficial. And within this finance bill, we do have a lot on anti-avoidance. We have the new rules coming in on non-DOMs, and I'd be very careful about those, that we are living in a world where some very rich people want to come to the United Kingdom. And when they are here, they employ people, they spend money, they pay taxes, and we had a system actually that was barely changed from the days of Pitt the Younger. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can't say that I remember them, but I wish I did. A system that was broadly unchanged and actually was very beneficial to our economy because it brought wealthy individuals into this country who then provided economic activity. And absolutely, it is right to ensure that people who are obviously domiciled here in all normal senses of the world should be seen as being domiciled here. But we don't want to have a regime that is so difficult that people who might come here and might contribute to our economy feel that they can't. Of course, I give way to the Minister.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my honourable friend for giving way. I just wanted to give him a degree of reassurance that there's also a measure in the new regime that's been advanced around the non-DOM reforms that actually makes it easier for anyone to invest in the real economy in terms of sort of business investment. So I hope he would welcome that, because I take entirely the point he makes. We want to make sure people can come here from anywhere and invest in the real economy.
Absolutely. I think that is an important part of it. But there has been perhaps a tone, and more from the previous Chancellor, from the current Chancellor, that the non-DOMs were here using the system, whereas actually a lot of them could go anywhere in the world. And they come here because of the great virtues of investing in the UK. We have clear rights of property, we have an effective rule of law, and we had simple regulations that allowed them to be here. We now have increased the charges upon them, their eligibility to certain taxes, and I think that is something we should be very cautious about, because you never know with these sorts of things where the tipping point comes. And it may be that the annual charges applied to non-DOMs seem quite small compared to the wealth that they have. But when you consider that they will have families, and you begin to multiply by the children and the wife and the grandparents or whoever it is, you may find that those charges become quite high. And the people bringing this wealth into the country have enormous mobility. They can go elsewhere. And I know that standing up for non-DOMs 6 weeks before an election is not necessarily going to be a great rallying call for North East Somerset. But ultimately, I think good economics leads to good politics rather than the other way round. And I think a lot of what was done about non-DOMs was much more about the politics and the perception than it was about the contribution that non-DOMs make to this country. And particularly, it has to be said, in the context of Brexit, we want to be showing that we really are genuinely open to the rest of the world and want people coming here to invest and to spend their money, because that is so important to our long-term economic prosperity. But the broad challenge of this finance bill, and indeed of its successor, which will no doubt come, I have a feeling this will be one of those happy years where we get more than one finance bill, and they are particularly enjoyable parliamentary occasions because there is no time limit. The honourable lady from Aberdeen said earlier on that we might go right through the night and then not be able to have our debates tomorrow. This is a happy occasion I look forward to at some point in future. I have a feeling it's not going to happen today, but therefore finance bill debates are the best debates because of their fluidity, their flexibility. But when we get to the second one, we are going to be continuing to make a fundamental choice. And this was the answer that we had from the honourable member from Bootle on the opposition front bench, an absolutely key point, which is at the heart of this finance bill and will be at the heart of any new finance bill. When I intervened on him and said that the tax rate as a percentage of GDP was the highest that it had been since the days of Harold Wilson, his answer to me was that the difference with Labour would be even higher. And I will, of course, give way.
And we get clarity on this, if I may. I didn't say that. The point I was trying to make in response to you, you brought to my attention that it was high under Harold Wilson, and I made the point that yes, it was.
Reading the characteristically accurate transcript that Hansard will have for us tomorrow, because the great thing about Hansard is that they allow us to correct our grammar, and indeed they often correct it for us, but they don't allow us to correct the sense. So we will see what was said precisely. But that is the choice. And if the honourable member now wishes to move away from that choice, I think that is telling that they're nervous about it with an election approaching. But the Labour Party, the Socialists, remain the party of high taxation. The Conservative government has had to increase taxation because of the enormous deficit that was left by the spendthrifts of the last Labour government. They almost bankrupted the country. If the IMF had had any money left at the time, we'd probably have had to go on to the IMF, but they were bailing out Greece and everywhere else, so they didn't have much for us by the time the Conservatives came in. And through hard work, control of expenditure, and I'm sorry to say, some tax rises, it has been brought under control. And that is the fundamental achievement of this government. It is the really big picture that matters as we go into an election. And it will give such a clear and forthright choice to the British people. Do they want to continue to be governed by people who recognise that it is their money the money of the individual taxpayer, of which the government must take as little as possible to finance that which it is required to do? Or are we going to go back to the days of socialist tax and spend? Huge increase in the deficit to finance all their spending programmes, increases in taxes that's even higher than the days of Harold Wilson. It was Dennis Healey who, of course, said he would have taxation to squeeze the rich until the pips squeaked. That was his approach to taxation. Or do we, by dutiful, sensible, prudent management of the economy, get things back under control, where with proper reforms we can then lower the tax burden? And of course I give way to the Honourable Gentleman. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman first. And then
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. In that context, how would he explain a national debt of close to £2 trillion?
I would explain the national debt of approaching £2 trillion because of where we started from. And it's very interesting that when the previous Chancellor, my right honourable friend, the member for Tatton, started reducing the deficit, he was told by the opposition benches, too fast, too fast. They sort of chanted it like a mantra as he stood at the dispatch box nobly defending his policies, too far and too fast. In fact, he went at the right pace to ensure that the budget deficit came under control, and at the same point the economy was not unduly affected by the reductions in expenditure and the increases in taxes that had to be made. It was a first-class balancing act by my right honourable friend, and that's why the deficit's at £2 trillion. I, of course, give way to the honourable gentleman.
Loath to give the honourable gentleman further exposure, but could I just ask him, if that strategy was as successful as he believes, why does he believe it did not meet its own objectives and we are still discussing the deficit and that very large and considerable amount of national debt today?
I think it absolutely has succeeded. We're the fastest growing economy in the G7, that for all the stuff that we heard a year ago, this economy has carried on motoring ahead. The economy has done pretty well every year now since 2010. That is a success of the economic strategy the government followed. The deficit is about a third of what it was in nominal terms, but as a percentage of GDP, it is now within the normal bounds of deficits. Of course, I'll give way again.
Falling into my own trap here, but I remember listening to the Honourable Gentleman's speeches in the last Parliament where he said if we had a level of deficit today, at this point, going on from 2010, that it would be a disaster. Now he's saying it's a huge achievement. Can you not understand why the lack of humility makes one cynical about the content of his speeches?
I apologise for a lack of humility. I shall try and do better in that regard. But I'm flattered also that the honourable gentleman remembers my speeches from years ago. I admire his attention to the debates within this House. But actually, the point that I was making then was that a deficit of £150 billion a year, 10–11% of GDP, was completely unsustainable. It is now down to about £50 billion, about 3.5–4% of GDP. It is at a manageable level, and that is the achievement of the last Chancellor and the current Chancellor. And it is a real joy, a delayed one, to give way to my honourable friend, the member for Taunton.
My honourable friend for giving way to me. And would not one of the fundamental reasons why the economy is in safe with this side of the House be because the Conservatives have an understanding of how important business is? And I know my honourable friend himself is still in business, and unless you understand how that works, what makes it tick, you can't raise the revenues necessary to pay for what we need in this country.
My friend comes from Somerset, and her parents are constituents of mine, and for both